The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at TalkRealSolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of TalkRealSolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not TalkRealSolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right, all right. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is January the 26th, 2023, and I want to invite you to go to TalkRealSolutions.com, and there you will find the 3-point plan to Black empowerment. It has 3 points. The first point is to get together with like-minded people. The second point is to stop all unnecessary spending and save your money. The third point is, as a unit, invest or save your money in a verified and trusted institution. A great goal would be for you to open a Black-owned business, and right above the 3-point plan, you have a link to African American-owned banks and African American-owned credit unions. We could all start moving our money to these institutions to start practicing group economics today, and check out the rest of the links and articles on the website. That's where we'll be getting the news stories from tonight. You can follow along on the website, or you can follow along on YouTube. And on Facebook, or you can dial into the show at the phone number at let me see what we got here. 1717908-1834, or you can and push the participant code at 917324, and I'll get you on the line here, and you can join the conversation. You know how we do over here. I'll allow anyone, my friends, my enemies, or just if you got a comment, I don't mind you speaking. You can dial into the number and give us your opinion or comment on the subject matter, or whatever you want to. I'll try to take the conversation wherever it goes, because I try to dig down into the conversation and try to at least get something out of it, to where people can, learn something or discover something, or just keep it entertaining. And having said that, y'all know whenever y'all confronting Tyrone, that you're gonna have to come in order. You have to be in order, because I got my shit together, and people don't like that. That's what we discovered last week on the show, is that certain people that they don't like to be have facts presented to them by certain people. I guess me. I ain't gonna say certain people. I guess me, and it just burns them up that this country boy is kind of knowledgeable in some areas, especially when it comes to politics and a little bit of history. I try, because I'm an African American man, and the history and the plight of my people is interesting to me, and how we got here. I don't know if you guys remember, a long time on the Block Talk radio show, that was my whole deal, is talking about the mentality of our community and why we are the way we are at certain things, and that interests me, the psychology of my community. And there's nothing that any one person can do to change the psychology, but if you understand it a little bit more, that'll kind of give you answers on what's going on and why people react a certain way and do certain things. And that understanding is important to me. It don't have to be important to you, but it is important to me to try to understand so I can just look at a person or a group of people and watch their response to certain things and say, oh, okay, I know where that comes from. That's kind of that's kind of important. It's not that I'm blowing it off or anything. It's just that whenever we react to certain things, there's a reason that we do react the way we do, and most of it is based in how we perceive things, our culture, the way that we've been taught and programmed to respond to certain stimuli, if you would, in our environment, and different things. So it's important to me to understand why we react the way we act to certain things, and it goes outside the community, because whenever y'all know that I've been talking about politics a lot lately, and it's the same thing with politics. Whatever culture of politics that you grew up in, what you believe in, and all that kind of stuff, that's the way you're going to respond to certain things, even with conspiracies, all that stuff. So the psychology behind whatever you've grow into, that's how you're going to respond. That's important. And last week I was trying to, at least pay homage to Martin Luther King and, Black history a little bit, because next month is Black History Month, guys. And they had just unveiled this monument with Martin Luther King, and there was all kinds of reactions with that. And, so I was trying to speak on that a little bit, and we was having a conversation. And then I know you guys heard in the news about the young man getting killed, Tyree Nichols, and Alisa's got a story on that. And we'll dive into that, because here we go again. It's always it's always us getting killed at the hands of the police viciously, and societies don't seem to understand that things that I say, things that our community at large is saying about the police force and how they treat us, is rooted in a system of racism and white supremacy. And since the inception of this country, that's the way that our community has always been treated. And that was another reason that last week's conversation was important, because history actually dictates what how we get treated, and it sets precedents on how we get treated in the future, unless change happens. And change starts with conversations, and that's all I try to do, is spark conversation so we can get into it and have a little deeper thought. But where can I start? There's something on my mind, if you can't tell, that I want to address, but my screen ain't refreshing. Let me see if my screen refreshes, guys. Yeah, it's refreshing, I think. Yeah, but I don't want, me, I don't like to pick fights. I don't like to, start drama. That's just not what I do. But I do like to give you guys some facts and let you guys understand what Tyrone deals with. I deal with a lot, especially when it comes to just a little bit of time that I'm on air here. It bothers people, and I've pulled back so much. Y'all know I ain't on here nothing but on Thursdays, and that still bothers people. And it's one of these things to where I'm like, good Lord, imagine if I was on here 24/7 sharing all this good knowledge like I was before. People would lose their damn mind. But I'm not. But I will share this story with you because I got pissed off the other day. I really got upset. I don't get upset. Y'all know me. I'm a happy-go-lucky person. But I got upset because I got a phone call from one of these damn idiots. And I'm calling him an idiot. Y'all gonna say, "Ooh, Tyrone, I don't believe you talking like that." Well, I'm gonna call him an idiot because he's a goddamn idiot. And I'm tired of idiots. But anyway, Howard called me. Howard called me the other day. And I don't know. I mean, like I told you guys about Sarge. Sarge called me. He'll yell and scream. And 5-10 minutes later, sometimes 30 minutes to an hour later, he'll hang up, and I guess he feel all right for the day. But Howard pushes another damn button with me when he calls, because he kind of fools me when he calls, because I'm thinking initially it's a good conversation because this brother wants to have a conversation about either politics or something going on. So that's how he leads up the conversation. Hey brother, what about so and so that happened in the news and all that? I was okay, well, I could talk to you about that. And then it never fails. He always end up the conversation wanting to talk about either Sarge or ABC. And I'm like, man, I don't want to talk about them dudes. I don't want to talk about them dudes. Why you call me to talk about them dudes? I'm not going to talk about them dudes on this damn phone. And then he gets upset. Well, you just defending the coons. Or you just defend. I'm like, nah, man. I mean, you called me to have a conversation. I took time out of my day, picked up my phone. So I'm talking to you. So, I don't want to talk about Sergeant ABC. What the fuck? But he gets pissed about me not wanting to talk about Sergeant ABC on my day off. Why does this man do this? And, it's not a trait that is new to Howard. He's always done that. And I just let it go by. But this time I got upset. I'm not going to lie. I got upset. And I'm like, man, fuck this. Fuck this. I ain't got no time to fuck with you. You go over there and you hug ABC nuts or hug Sarge nuts. I don't give a shit, but I'm not doing this no more because it's stupid. Damn near a decade of that nigga calling me talking about another goddamn man. So let me elaborate a little bit because I got shit. We're gonna touch on some shit tonight. So this dude called me and he started talking about a post that I put up about the Republicans or some shit, right? And that's how he kind of got me, because I was like, yeah, man, that's kind of jacked up about that post, So I thought he was gonna go down that road, and he did for a little while, and then after a while he said, well, you gonna have to explain this to Sarge. It was about Mike Pence finding classified documents. We could have talked about Mike Pence and the classified documents and Joe Biden and the classified documents all day long, and Trump and the classified documents. We could have done, but at the end of his thought, the first thing that came to his mind is somehow or another my Facebook post would have to be explained to Sarge. So at that point, I'm like, nigga, I ain't got to explain to Sarge shit. I don't have to explain to Sarge. Well, yes, you do. You're gonna have to, because that kind of clears Trump's name. I'm like, nah, man. I mean, what are you saying? I mean, if Sarge want to believe that dumb shit, then let him believe that dumb shit. I mean, neither one of these fuckers should have had classified documents, right? And now that this guy got caught, it just shows you that they're sloppy up there, and people need to take caution whenever they handle this information. And Trump's situation, like I explained to Sarge, is totally different from Biden and Pence so far, because we don't know what type of material Biden and Pence had, but we do know what type of material Trump had. But that wasn't good enough for him. He just went on and on and on and on to where I have to explain this to Sarge. I said, motherfucker, I ain't got to explain shit to Sarge. And then that grew into, I think it was me. I said, nigga, let me buy you a plane ticket so I can fly you to Myrtle Beach so I can kick your ass. That's what I said to him. I swear I did. I said, I'm going to buy you a ticket, bring your ass on down here. And some shit. Anyway, it got further and further and further to where, he started talking about my lips and talking about me. And I said, man, look, you too thin skinned. You too thin skinned for us to get into a personal back and forth. So I'm not even gonna do that with you. I'm not gonna intimidate you. I'm not gonna talk about you personally. I talk about your opinions. I talk about your politics. You know, we can go back and forth on that. But you know, all this personal stuff. I'm not gonna insult you personally. Then that's when he just got even angrier. Oh, motherfucker, I know what's on your Facebook. I've been on your Facebook and you gonna talk about my family? I said, man, I didn't even say nothing because as soon as he said that, I hung up the phone and I said, shit, you know what? Let me go ahead and block this motherfucker off Facebook and just be done with him. I don't know what the hell to say. I'm done. You know, if you gonna, that's about that bullshit Ken pull. Whenever we was talking about Christians being pedophiles and child molesters, and I said Christians are pedophiles and child molesters, Ken said, "Oh, you talking about my mama?" I said, "I ain't talking about your damn mama. I just said Christian because the report said Christians was pedophiles and child molesters, and they get, you know, passes for it according to this report. No, you talking about my mama." And then he turned around and said, "Your mama is a child molester and a pedophile." I said, "Okay, well, I can't fuck with you no more because you're an idiot." So, and that's the way these motherfuckers do. Is that somehow or another they like to dig and dig and dig and dig. Now, if I would have damn pulled out all the damn stops, you know, I'm pretty sure that man would have caught a plane down here because y'all know I don't know how to shut the fuck up. I don't. And I've been doing good over the years by being disciplined and not going there with people, and I'm refuse to go there with people because they're idiots. I mean, Howard is a straight idiot, and I'm going to prove that to you right now. As a matter of fact, let me do it like this right here, right? What we had a conversation about last night was Jim Crow. Last week was Jim Crow. Laws. Deep was on here, and we was talking about all kinds of good conversation, right? So what I did, hopefully you guys can see that. What I did was I went on and made this little thing so I can be clear about what I was saying, because you know sometimes I'm just not clear about what I'm saying, and I know that. So I want to explain this, and then I want to go into how stupid Howard is, okay? All right, so what we have here is what I was trying to say last week is, hold on, let me pull it up. What I was trying to say last week was the laws in this country toward black people actually, in my opinion, and I could have some of this wrong, started out with the Dred Scott, right? And then I got the year up there. And then I got the Black Code laws that was in 1865. And then you got the 13th Amendment that came in 1865, the 14th Amendment, 68, the 15th Amendment, 68, the Civil Rights Act, or they called it the Enforcement Act, from 1870. And then Jim Crow from 1877 up until 1965, right? And then you have Plessy versus Ferguson. And then you have Brown versus Board of Education and the Civil Rights laws. Now, I know I don't have everything up there when it comes to the rights of black people in the country, right? I don't have everything up there, right? But the point that I was trying to make last week is that when Howard kept asking that stupid ass question about was these segregation laws written, was it policy versus law? And I was like, well, you know, beginning with Dred Scott, once they said you wasn't a citizen, then they had the right after Plessy versus Ferguson to segregate. So whenever you talk about segregation laws, yes, that's a law that you got to use this water fountain and you got to use this bathroom and you got to sit in the back of the goddamn bus. Those are fucking laws in this country. And what I was trying to explain to him, the fact that you're trying to give white America a pass and said that these are policies instead of laws of the damn land, showing, for one, you don't understand your own goddamn history, and you don't understand how important it was for the black movements on this planet to happen. So at least in this country, we could kind of get close to being equal and having justice in this country. So whenever he was saying they were just policies and they wasn't laws, my whole mindset was what I got here on the screen is I know that there was a trajectory of oppression, racist laws, and all that kind of stuff that happened that put the culture in place to where they were segregating people. And those were laws. Those were not just policies. I don't know where the hell he get this policy from. I don't give a fuck about your policy. What I give a fuck about is talking against this government's racist nature in enacting laws that oppressed us. And that's what we was talking about. Well, that's what I was trying to explain last week. As you can see, that whenever it came to segregation, which was Plessy versus Ferguson in 1896, those type of laws was all up until the damn 60s, right? And even until today, where you got some places that people got the mindset of the black codes and the Jim Crow mentality, right? And he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that we're talking about hundreds of years that these white people had these policies in place or these laws in place, and it didn't end until the 60s because he kept saying, I'm not talking about the 1800s. Well, if your question is where did it start from, then you got to go back to the beginning, right? You got to go back to the beginning. And to me, that Dred Scott decision, to me, was like a place where you can stick a pin in and say, okay, well, if you want to know where it started with the Supreme Court decision about not allowing black people to have the same rights in this country as white people with Dred Scott, right? And then his dumbass kept asking, where is the law? Where is the law? Where is the law? So I brought up there, I said, well, the Black Code laws was in 1865. And then from there, you know, they had the 14th Amendment, which made, well, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery, and the 14th Amendment, you know, said everybody born in this country is a citizen, right? And then from there, they went back and they started establishing these other laws like Plessy versus Ferguson, right? So I don't think that unless you got a good grip on the actual history, and Plessy versus Ferguson was just basically saying that segregation was legal. That's what Plessy versus Ferguson. So when you say segregation is legal, that is the law. That is the court decision saying that you can separate these facilities. That is the court decision saying that white people got a right to have their own water fountain. White people got a right to have their own pools. White people got a right to, you know, just have their own housing and all this kind of stuff, right? Even discrimination against you with pay. So if you look at Plessy versus Ferguson. And then after that, the Board versus Brown versus Board, that's when that stuff started to overturn. And then that's when you had the civil rights leaders out there, and then they started enacting things like the Civil Rights Act. Now, if this country was living up to what it was supposed to live up to, then the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment would have fixed all of that. But they said, fuck those amendments. And they still enacted things like Jim Crow laws, and they even had something called pig laws, you know, and all these kind of oppressive laws that they had in this country that was legal, you know, because they weren't getting locked up for it. They wasn't going to jail for separating you on the bus and making you drink. That wasn't against the law, you know. So if it was, you could have had all kind of court cases and all that kind of stuff, right? But it wasn't. But this is a misunderstanding of history. And like I said, I probably do not right now have it 100% accurate, but it's pretty goddamn close. from my understanding, on the trajectory of what happened in this country when it comes to discrimination, when it comes to segregation, when it comes to these laws being in place constitutionally in this country to oppress black people, and then the civil rights and and overturning Plessy versus Ferguson and Brown versus Board. That stuff kind of tried to set the stuff right. You see what I'm saying? Because even now, check this out. Even now, because you have the Civil Rights Act, that shows you that this country has to be forced to live up to the 13th and 14th and 15th Amendment. And this Supreme Court and the previous Supreme Courts is gutting the civil rights laws. They're trying to turn back the hands of time when it comes to civil rights. And black people in this country, we act like we're not interested in this view of our being in this country. And there's a misunderstanding because we don't look over here and try to figure out, well, what the fuck happened? Well, the history is clear about what happened. And the history is clear about why the McMichaels feel like they can get in their damn truck and chase Ahmaud Arbery down the damn road. The history is clear why that white police officer felt like he can kneel on George Floyd's neck. The history is clear about, the Eric Garner situation where they felt like they could kill that man and then blame it on loose cigarettes. This is what we're witnessing now. When you look at the insurrection of January the 6th, the history is clear about the mentality of these people and why they think the way they think, because of the history that I got before you on the screen, to where they're looking back on this document and they were saying white people ruled. We had to make provisions to fit black people into our systems. You see? That's what we're looking at now. So the history is clear about why we live the way we live. But the problem is that there's a misunderstanding within our community about how complicated this shit is. Because we get up, we go to work, we get treated good, we get our paycheck, we come home, kiss our family, and everything seems normal. Right? Everything seems like it's supposed to be working right. But what we are not witnessing is decisions being made like Governor DeSantis in Florida, where he ain't allowing black advanced classes to be taught. Decisions are being made in school boards when they're taking books off of shelves that teaches black history, right? Even though we got up, we went to work, made phone calls, got on the internet, everything went home, put our kids on the bus, send them to school. We don't witness that firsthand, but behind the scenes, what's going on is still this fucking black code mentality. You don't see the voter suppression happening. You don't see these white Americans that don't want you to have shit. They're withholding resources from you in 2023. You don't see them writing these policies. You don't see them denying you the medical care. You don't see them with your own physical eyes because you're living your life, right? So what you have to do is you have to go and look in the archives. And you have to actually put two and two together. And you will see just as clear as I've presented to you tonight that there's a pattern, there's a structure, so you won't argue that the black codes, like that dumbass Howard argued last week, that the black codes only lasted 1 year. That nigga literally said that the black code lasted from 1865 to 1866. And I was like, okay, I heard him and I said, well, okay, well, I'm not gonna put him on Front Street because that brother should know better than that. He should know better than that. We shouldn't even have to have this discussion in public. But because he wanted to call Tyrone out and make sure that Tyrone get called out, and I'm gonna say something whatever's contrary to what the fuck Tyrone's saying. When all I do is speak facts. I mean, if y'all know me from the beginning of this BTR shit, I was on that damn metaphysics bullshit, and I was saying shit that felt good to me. And then as soon as people started calling me out, I was like, hey, I'm sitting in here saying this stuff in public. I probably don't need to do this. I probably need to verify what I say before I open my damn mouth. And that's what I've been attempting to do. Sometimes I get it wrong. And I'm willing to be corrected. And that's what, as if you're listening to me, that's what you should expect from somebody speaking publicly. You should expect them to try to at least provide you with correct information. And if they get found out wrong, then they can be humble and correct themselves. So all of us can be educated. All of us can gain something. That's my mindset. It's not about trying to have a debate with you or trying to one up you. But this is a staple of Tyrone too. If you say some stupid shit, like the black codes only lasted one goddamn year, you're going to get an earful. Because people don't need to hear that shit. People don't need to know how ignorant your ass is by thinking that the black codes lasted one motherfucking year. Not when we got the murder and the genocide of black people in this country at the hands of police officers every goddamn day. You don't need, in the prison industrial complex that is mostly populated by you, by our kind, by our fucking black men, you don't need to be saying that the black codes lasted one goddamn year. That is the dumbest shit. That is the stupidest conversation that I've had. You know? But whenever that dude called me the other day and then he started talking about trolling my goddamn Facebook, I was like, okay, well, I'm not going to do that. I've never, and y'all know me, that's been my fucking standard. I will not talk about y'all's family. I will not do that. Because I have a family. I will not invoke any type of trolling you personally. I won't do that. You know. But whenever you just open your goddamn mouth and turn into all facts on me and say, I'm going to start exposing you. Well, I'm done. That's it. I don't know what the hell is to say. Don't threaten that you're going to expose me or troll me and all. No, don't do that. I mean, that's a little bit too far. That's a little bit too far. You know, I can't do that. So it is what it is. Now, if the nigga want to call in, I for entertainment purposes only, I will allow him the floor. Y'all know me. But I just can't continue to feed into this stupidity to where when somebody gets angry with me, they just threaten to do stupid shit. I'm getting ready to turn 56. I got a birthday coming up in February. I'm gonna be 56. I ain't got time for that shit. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't change the date on the damn show, did I? You right. Hold on, let me do that right quick. But no, I ain't got time for that. So what I'm gonna do is I got a couple of audios that I'll play, and then by that time Alicia should call in, and we'll get the news stories going on. But hopefully you be entertained with these conversations that I'm getting ready to share with you from last week. So well, let me get Joshua on the phone here. Let me play this first audio, Joshua, and then we'll get you on the phone.
Law per se. What happened is people got mad, got in their feelings subjectively, and said, hey, we don't want these people in here. The cops came in, they did not enforce the law. Right. They enforced people's feelings. They enforced people's feelings and put these people out the restaurant. You can't eat with us. You can't go to school with us. You can't. That shit wasn't law. That was people's feelings. And what this nigga saying on here is that it's okay for cops to enforce people's feelings.
I didn't say that it's okay.
No, you did.
Well, let me get a turn, Howard. Let me get a turn.
We got to do one at a time. Go ahead,
No,
D.
I didn't say it's okay. What you're doing is you're actually conceding.
All right, so that was one of the audios, right? And that was where it started at when he was talking about it wasn't law, it was feelings, which is bullshit because of Plessy versus Ferguson. Hold on, here's another one.
Function with white people. Was there ever a law in the United States that?
Well, that's
No,
where the segregation
wasn't.
laws came in. Hold on,
No,
because
it
I mean, Sarge can articulate this better than me. But before the segregation laws, Brown versus whatever the fuck came in,
Brown
this country
versus
was
Board of Education.
this country was authorized for that.
And that's why I was trying to explain to him and baby walk him through what you see on the screen there. Whenever he said, he kept asking the damn stupid ass question, was there ever a law? I mean, shit, yeah, there were laws. It started in the goddamn South.
Where is that law? Is there a
Okay.
law? I'm asking. I don't know. I'm
Yes,
asking.
there is. You
No,
have
there
the,
is. Hold on, not equal. Hold
you
on.
have
I'm
the
trying to.
desegregation. You have to go back to the Reconstruction period. You have to go back
Okay.
to after 18.
No.
You have to go back to 1865 when the Civil War was over, and
No.
then they did the what, Tyrone?
You got to go back a little bit further. 1857, Dred Scott, when the Supreme Court ruled.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
When
right.
the
What was
Supreme
the
Court.
Dred Scott? What was that about? What was the Dred Scott?
Okay.
What
so
was that about?
Hold on.
And what nigga don't know about Dred Scott? It should prompt something in your head when somebody say Dred Scott. That is pretty relevant to our history in this country. But Deep was absolutely correct when he was trying to explain after Reconstruction about Plessy versus Ferguson. And here it is on the screen here. It says Plessy versus Ferguson was a landmark Supreme Court decision in which the court ruled that racial segregation laws did not violate the United States Constitution. Right there is telling you that segregation, separate but equal, different bathrooms, that did not violate the United Constitution. And if it don't violate the Constitution, then it is fucking legal. Separate but equal. We all heard that before, right? But this is where separate but equal come from, which is this decision, Plessy versus Ferguson, that's showing you, okay, well, we live in the same country, but because you have black skin and I have white skin, we can occupy the same space, but we don't really have to have the same access to resources because of our skin color, right? And that doesn't violate the Constitution. That's what separate but equal was in 1896, I think it was. Yeah, 1896. So right there, when he's asking that stupid question, where is the law? Where is the law? Nigga, I tried to explain this last week. And this is what we need to do, guys. And Joshua, I'm going to open your line. I got one more. What was that? Number 3. I'm going to play number 4, and then I'll open your line. Hold on.
And about black people, I know segregation. What's the reverse of segregation? Integration. Was there laws against that? That was my question. Were there laws
No,
against
what they had
integration?
was-
Hold on. Let me respond this way, please.
See,
Howard,
you
whenever
doing all that
whenever
internet
whenever
hookup shit, nigga, I'm giving you this shit off the top.
okay,
of the
Nick,
dome.
you got
When
it off the
he's
top of the
talking
dome.
about-
Okay, you got a damn dome, so great. But listen, Howard, whenever the Supreme Court ruled on Dred Scott, right? Everything that you're saying, where the fairness and inequality existed in the rule of law in this country, those type of decisions were made based off of the Dred Scott decision, where they said black people are not American citizens. Do you get that? So if you're not American citizen,
What year was Dred
let me
Scott?
finish, Howard. Let me finish. So
I'm
if you're
trying
not
to find out
okay,
what year was Dred
1857.
Scott.
1857.
Okay, and once again, I was trying to baby walk. I didn't want to make him look like no asshole, but I mean, goddamn, even Deep knew, the origins of this shit, and we were trying to explain it to this brother, but he was insistent on, like, I don't know, calling Tyrone out, whatever. But listen, guys, the reason that I'm sharing this is because it's Black history. Just know that there is a goddamn history in this country to where these people wrote laws against our community. Hell, we came over here in the bales of goddamn slave ships as property, right? So you just didn't one day have equal rights in this goddamn country. That ain't what happened. And from what Howard was saying, he was saying, like, the Black Codes was over with when it came like a year later. So I guess that meant that everything was all right. What's up, Brother Joshua?
Hey, what's up? No, man, I was listening to what you were saying. It was interesting. Unfortunately, Howard's my buddy, but he was arguing from emotion, and to say that it was a feeling. I see where the debate started. Mm-hmm. Like you said, laws don't give a fuck about your emotion. A law is a law. And Plessy versus Ferguson was about what? It was actually about them saying it was okay by law to practice racial segregation. That's basically what it was. They didn't make no qualms about it, one way or the other. The Dred Scott situations led from 1865 on to the 1960s, and people don't even know that. As far as those black codes and all that, and people don't even know that. That stuff went up to the 1960s, and they probably was doing things in the 70s that we didn't even know that they were doing. So all those laws that they wrote, they need to be revisited. Because I still think they're practicing some of the same laws even to today. That's my personal opinion. Now I can't prove that yet, but that's I'm going on my emotional feeling right now. But I believe that they still practice some of the same shit. That they just disguise it differently. But I see where you're coming from. Good discussion on that. But I think that we have to stop arguing from the emotions and feeling, because what our ancestors went through was they made it laws. They made it laws against us, so we couldn't vote, so we couldn't do these things, so we couldn't have the same rights as our white counterparts. You know what I'm saying? So, good discussion, man. And the thing is, man, it's no right or wrong. Look at, the way I look at it as sometimes there's no right or wrong answer. If you can admit that you're learning, that's the most important thing. That you admit that you're learning. You don't have a person don't have to be right all the time. Half the time, I'm wrong about things. I can admit that. And you know why I can admit that? Because I'm learning. If I sit up here and told people that I'm right all the time, then I'm not being honest about my learning.
Right.
You see, but I can admit that I'm wrong sometimes, and sometimes I'm learning because I talk in theory a lot too, because I see myself as more of a historian than anything else. So I talk in theory a lot. You see, so, but yeah, good discussion, man. That's how I look at that, man.
All right, so listen, let me make a point that you made. Like when Joshua said that, it's his theory that is still around and all that kind of stuff. Now think about this, guys. Convict leasing was part of these laws, right? Part of the Jim Crow laws. And if you look at the screen, it says convict leasing was a system of forced penal labor, which was practiced historically in the southern United States of America. The labor was mainly African-American men. It ended during the 20th century. Convict labor in general continues. For example, voluntary labor for general prison population has been used more recently in some parts of the Western United States. It provides prisoner labor, private parties such as plantation owners and corporations, right? Listen to what I'm saying. When he said that to some degree, these black code laws are still around, they are still around. And it's the prison industrial complex. People can say whatever the fuck they want to, but that's convict leasing. Because those prisoners are actually working for corporations, building products. You see them on the side of the road, working for the county. Right? And they're supposed to be getting a little wage. To me, and convict leasing was more like the plantation owner would call you out. I need 20 damn prisoners to come out here and do this work. You know, that shit like that, right? Or they would call a white man would call you out of prison, get you like 5-10 bodies to do something, clean their house or whatever the fuck. You know, that was kind of like convict leasing. But to me, it still exists today. So there's a lot of remnants of these black code laws that exist in our society today. It really is. But I'm going to get through these audios here so I can talk shit about Howard, because that would be my goal tonight, because he pissed me off. So this is another audio. So let's listen to this one.
Can I speak?
All right.
What you saying?
Well, no, you just spoke.
No, let him talk. I'll be quiet. Let him talk.
Okay.
All
go
right.
ahead,
What you saying, Tyrone, is that the policy that personal businesses, when they sat in them restaurants, those were personal businesses. Those were personal things. That wasn't a state business. That wasn't a federal business. When they sat into them places, they were getting on them dudes' policies. You fucking up. We trying to fuck up your policy because your policy doesn't coincide with what the fuck the law is. That's what they was doing. And at that time, the police did not enforce the law. They were enforcing private businesses' fucking policies. They were enforcing white people's fucking feelings. I don't want to be around these niggas. Get them out of here. That's what they still do today. They enforce white people's feelings. So everything you just said, you silly nigga, you need to really learn the fucking law and learn what the fuck is going on, because police are fucking over niggas' rights left and right all the time, because they are enforcing white folks' feelings over the fucking law, or they will enforce a private business's policy over the fucking law, nigga. Learn what the fuck is going on. I'm done.
Okay.
See,
So listen, I got.
Okay, see, it's that right there. That I wanted y'all to hear the passion in this idiot's voice, and him doubling down on how stupid he is. Him just laying it all out on the table about being a complete fucking moron in what he's saying. He don't give a shit. He don't care. Talking about some goddamn policy when we know that we had a court decision, Plessy versus Ferguson, that allowed fucking these laws to be implemented when it comes to separate but equal. So and you know, I'm kind of trying to teach, because I think the conversation last week kind of left people in such a way to where I don't want nobody to misunderstand about the heinous way of our damn history in this goddamn country by saying something like, you know, they just ignored the Constitution and they were just implementing policy and they were just going off of white people's feelings. No, that was the law of the goddamn land. That was the law of the land. That's why they arrested Rosa Parks because she broke the goddamn law. That's I mean, that's why they was the lunch counter sit-ins. That's why they were trying to arrest those students. Because that was established law. Black people ain't supposed to come in through the front door. You're not supposed to sit at these lunch counters with white people. That's what the hell it was. And for a black person in this country not to somewhat understand that that's the evolution of how we got here, and say that, no, the Constitution said whatever the fuck. Yes, it did in the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. And then them motherfuckers came back with Jim Crow laws and Plessy versus Ferguson. So you had to go back with Brown versus Board and the civil rights law to try to undo that shit. So it's like a pull and tug with rights in this goddamn country over time, right? But I'm you want to add something, Joshua? Because I got another audio I'm gonna play.
No, I think it's really in black and white, man. That was the law. It was the law. I remember when I was in college, my white professor told me about slavery. He said, and me and him was going back and forth in class. He said, Anthony, he said, slavery was the law because it was law.
Right.
That's why they did it. He said it was the law. Now, at that time, I cringed, and at that time I wasn't as quote versed as I am now per se. But if I'd have knew that what I know now, I would say yeah, because white men made the laws to appease themselves. That's what I would have told him. Who wrote the laws? White men. So, but yeah. But slavery was a law, and people don't even realize that it was a law that they was allowed to have slaves. They legalized it.
Right.
And people don't even know that. I mean, I think people forget that part about slavery, that it was the law. You see. But yeah, that's all I had to say, man.
All right, so I'm gonna play this other one. I got about 3 more, guys.
Finish, nigga. Did the black code laws exist in the 1960s?
Yeah.
You said yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask Lisa. Let me get your ass out the way.
and this is what people do. And he's gonna ask Elisa, and Elisa's gonna give her answer. But if you know what the hell you're talking about, why do you need validation, right? Brother Joshua come on here all the time, and he talk about ancient Egyptian stuff. He don't need validation to tell us about these the history and the stories that he know. You don't need validation. So if you own your shit, like, hell, I'll Google in a goddamn minute and Wikipedia all goddamn long. But if you know what you're talking about, why do you need validation? Because he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. He just want to argue. And that doesn't even push the conversation forward. It's like being on social media and like we used to be, all you heard was blah, 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 blah. You ain't moving the conversation forward. You just want to go back and forth, about like dumbass Greg does. Or Mr. Solution. We want to just stay stuck in a fucking argument and not try to push the conversation forward, none whatsoever. So I guess he's getting ready to ask Elisa this stupid ass question.
Did the black code laws exist? What he said, did those exist in the 1960s?
Yeah, see, that was that. Why is he asking? Did the black code laws exist? And this is whenever he says that dumb shit about it only lasted a year. Let me play this dumb shit.
Yeah, listen, bro. Because listen, you don't want to hear that truth. Listen, the black code laws, the black codes lasted for 1 year. Look it up, y'all. 1 year. And it was in 1865. I was talking about shit that happened in the night. This nigga went 100 years before to try to prove his shit right. Let me read this here.
Okay, go ahead.
The 1865 to 1866 black codes were an overt manifestation of the system of white supremacy that continued to dominate the American South. 1865 to 1866. You probably didn't want me to get that out, but thank you for not muting me so I can get that.
Okay, I don't want to talk about you muting. Now, if you go ahead and continue to read the rest of your paragraph, see, people, y'all don't understand. Whatever y'all read, and I'm listening, share me the link so I can read it. He said that lasted and continued throughout the American South. That was.
Yeah, I mean, he even read it himself. Whenever he said the black code was from 1865 to 1866, and it lasted throughout the American South. He didn't want to read whatever the hell else was there, because I don't know what he was reading. But it was pretty much telling him, it wasn't a year long. It was not a year long. It was precedence for other actions like segregation and discrimination in this country. I mean, that's what set because of the emancipation. After Reconstruction, white people pushed back. That's what they did, and because they pushed back legally, they was telling you that you're not equal to them as an American, and you're restricted to certain things, and that's why these codes and these laws and these.
Hey, Tyrone, can I say something?
Sure.
And one reason why they pushed back is because of what? Black people were doing what? Doing Reconstruction, economically doing for themselves.
Right.
They was building for themselves. So what they did, they changed technologies today and industries today to keep us off balance. They're doing the same thing today. They changed things to continue their supremacy. And that's what they're doing the same thing today. I mean, that stuff that's down in Florida, that's absurd. I never thought I would live around or the time to see where this white dude had a nerve. I said white dude like simply had nerve to say he's going to block African American studies in Florida, but didn't block European studies. That didn't block nothing else as far as histories and social studies. He blocked. I mean, that's the most racist thing that I've seen in my time on this planet. I said, really? So they do these things, and and they create things, and they put things in law. CRT, critical race theory. They did that. They put that law to make it illegal to even have a Martin Luther King book, one of the most peaceful men in America. They made a law that you can't even have his books in class. So they just evolve with the way they think. And yes, I see what Howard's getting at on the way they feel. They just evolve with all that stuff, and they put laws in place to do what they do. They're doing the same thing today. Same thing.
Yeah, man. I got my own. I probably got a different opinion of what DeSantis is doing out there than the majority of people. But I'll get on that. But yeah, you're absolutely right, man. And the bottom line is, guys, the only thing that I wanted to walk away with this conversation tonight, I ain't got no hard feelings against Howard or nothing like that. I just think he's an idiot. But it's just that there's a trajectory, and I got it on the screen on how we came to be where we are in this country today. And to me, like I started with Dred Scott, but then you got the Black Codes, and then 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, which gave us citizenship, abolished slavery, and gave us voting rights. But white Americans didn't like that, so they enacted, Jim Crow laws and Plessy versus Ferguson segregation laws. So we had to turn around and come back and do Brown versus Board of Education, and then the civil rights laws and all that kind of bullshit, right? So what I'm saying is that whenever we having a conversation about whether it was legal or not to sit at the back of the bus or drink at separate water fountains and all that kind of stuff, it was established law in this country since the 1800s for them to separate us and then call it equal. So that was established law. So to have the conversation about whether or not it was legal or not, it was legal. It was legal in this country. And that's a problem. Hold on. That's a problem with banning books in school, right? And that's a problem with whenever you take away the learning resources so people can know this about our culture, you're going to miss little fucking minute things like this, and we're going to have a society that's just fucked up, you know. And to a certain degree, they're being successful. I ain't saying Howard's a victim of it. Howard's just a dumbass. But to a certain degree, they're going to be successful because people are not going to have these conversations no more. Our young kids is going to miss out on things whenever it comes to race and white supremacy in this damn country. Just by just the general knowledge that I'm sharing with you guys right now. Go ahead, Joshua.
No, I was gonna say it says here these laws stayed in effect until the 1950s and 1960s, when the civil rights movement launched and an all-out campaign against them. Untimely, the U.S. Supreme Court declared these laws unconstitutional, and the U.S. Congress passed civil rights legislation ensuring equal rights for all citizens. So it says here those black code laws were still being in effect on up until the civil rights era, which now that we're more advanced and thinking about civil rights and human rights, now we're looking at we should have been fighting for human rights. Because the civil rights just gave us the right to do what? Sit at the counter, sit on the toilet, go on the, all those type of things. That's what a civil right is. That's what the term civil means. And people don't know what that means sometimes. So so that's what a civil right does. It gives you those rights as a citizen to do the citizen things. That means, be able to go sit at counters and stuff like that.
Well, Joshua, a little bit more now. You got to give a little bit more to civil rights because they're anti-discrimination also.
Right, yeah. So, but I'm saying this, the term civil rights itself, I mean, we should be advanced enough to say, well, how about human rights? Because that supersedes civil rights. You see, because they still don't give us human rights today. They beat us with, they kill us with a stun gun and go, well, he was moving. Because they don't value human life, so that's a human right. So they take away our human rights all the time. As citizens. They do it all the time, right in front of us.
All right. Well, Sister Lisa, welcome to the show. And guys, the only thing I wanted y'all to get from this is that conversation last week, guys. I didn't want to walk away from especially as African Americans, we need to know just a little bit more. I don't mind arguing with people, but let's just not mislead people and talk about these policies and all that kind of dumb shit. That was the law of the land, guys. What's up, Miss Alicia? Welcome to the show.
Hi, Tyrone. How you doing?
All right. You got anything to put out?
No. I actually, right when you brought me in, I was just seeing an article about I can't think of what team for the Detroit Lions. Jesse, I don't want to mispronounce his name. He died. 25 years old. He was a linebacker. And I was just looking up to see how he died because I think some other teams lost some players. And a couple of other players, one died in a rock climbing accident but it just seems as though, like with these young people who are dying lately, everybody is, oh my God, did he get the vaccine? Oh my God, did he get the vaccine? Instead of waiting to find out what happened. So I was just reading that. But no, I don't have anything. Oh no, I do. I had meant to pull up, but I didn't get a chance to pull it up about the phrase of the woke. The meaning of woke. And Sarge came on here and spewed all that stuff last week, that it was this, that, and the third. And I had found quite a few links that went over the term and the word woke and throughout history, different things that it meant. And all of that stuff he was saying, it never meant any of that. It's basically, I'm not going to really delve deep into it, but basically what I was saying, that's what it has meant throughout history. Different groups, different times, and different things like that. More on a liberal side would use that terminology than when the black community, when we started using it, in a lot of rap songs, and especially after more people was becoming more socially conscious, was telling people to become, wake up to what's going on around you, the police brutality, the different things, Don't just sit back and not pay attention to things that's happening around you. And that's what it has always meant. And all that stuff the whole list that he went down, when he took it way back, you could go back to the 30s and see exactly what woke meant, what not meant, but what people was, how they were using it then, and it was nothing like what he was saying. And I had a couple of articles I was going to go over, but then I decided not to, because it was like, you know what, I really don't care. I really just do not care, because I know when the far right, when they start with their talking points and the different things that's been fed to them, you can't really get you can't get anything through. They have their talking points. They walk the line, and so I was like, you know what, I really don't care. So I just decided not to even go down that rabbit hole with them. But
Well, let me say something about that, Miss Lisa, about the woke. What white America is afraid of is during this last movement with Black Lives Matter and police killings of black people. Those were not only black people in the street protesting. In other words, their children, white children, were becoming what? Woke. So, being that the white kids are being woke, they have to demonize the goddamn term woke, because they don't ever want to hear that word in their damn house. We know where it come from, and it originated with us and us discovering things about our history and all that kind of stuff. But whenever you see them in the streets, fighting with the black protesters, out there, going to jail. Kyle Rittenhouse killed 2 white people at the Black Lives Matter protest. And their children are becoming quote unquote woke. So now they got to demonize the whole damn terminology woke. So, future generations would think that this generation lost. I think these white kids is where they're going to be at. But future generations will hear the term woke and think it's some type of negative thing, and that's what they do. Yeah. So we know what it means.
Exactly. I agree with you, because especially when the George Floyd thing happened, we all remember the amount of people that was out there with the protesting and the marching. In a lot of those marches, you had just as many white kids, white young people, Latinos. You had a bunch of them out there, and that just could not be. And so they reversed what it meant and turned it around and flipped it, because they cannot have that. They cannot, like you said, they cannot have whatever generation. Let me see. A lot of them that was out there, you had some of all different different age groups and different groups that were out there. But you had a lot of millennials, you had Generation X, millennials, and a lot of Generation Z. You had a lot of them out there. And they cannot have that, because in a sense, the children were sitting around and looking at things and saying, this is the way to be. And I have some white friends, and I know their parents was talking about that they did not want to raise their children to be like that. They did not want to raise their children to be like that and to think like that. And you know what? And when you make an effort not to raise your children like that, they're not like that. Now, I'm not saying that everybody has some biases and things like that, but if you raise them not to be like that, they will not be like that. I know, in some of my groups and things that I'm involved with, it was this one white parent. Her daughters are 8, 7, 8, 9, something like that. She's white, and she's involved with some of our dog collecting groups in the museum and different things like that. And she said that her daughter came home and told her, some of the black dolls that's in one of her particular collections that she really loved. And she said, her daughter said, I don't want these anymore. And she asked her why. And the child, she couldn't really express why she didn't want them. But then she stayed on the child and was asking her why. She said because there was a black. She said she lives in predominantly white area, but you know some black and some Latinos or whomever sprinkles in.
Mm-hmm.
She said there was a little black boy in the child's class who all of the white students were making fun of and bullying him and different things like that. And then they were saying, and she said that the other white children were telling her that it's bad to be black. Okay, now so we know they're learning that from home, right? So she didn't want her black dolls anymore. She didn't want them. And her mom was so upset, and she asked us about it because she felt so bad. Her and her husband was doing the best that they can to keep that away, but you're not going to be able to keep that away from your children, especially if you're sending them to school and other, things that children are involved with, sports, dance, whatever they're involved in outside of the home. You cannot keep that from them. And I remember we were telling her, well, one thing that you can do, you need to speak to the teacher, about whatever's going on with this child. If this black child there is being bullied, you need to speak with the teacher if the teacher is unaware of that, so that the teacher can get involved in that. That is the first thing that you need to do. And she said that they had already did that. And we said you have to continue talking with her and telling her that that's not right and explain it, because it's you're going to have to counteract that child's entire childhood, because she's up and growing. You're going to have to do that because she's going to come in contact with that. You're not going to be able to keep that away from her. Well, no matter what she does, you're going to have that. But what you instill in her, but in both of them, is going to matter going forward. If she latches onto that, turns into that, you don't want her to be that. It's going to have to be work the entire time, because you might be able to overcome this here particular incident, but then there will be another, and so on and so forth. So that's a job. You're going to have to continue with that. If you don't want to raise them to have those biases and bigoted and those types of hateful acts, that's just a job that you're going to have to. You're going to have to, and that's just going to be your job. It's not anything like you could just snap your finger and it just goes away.
But no,
And
not especially at a young age, because they're impressionable,
No.
very young. And even if you teach them something at home and they're young, they can go right out and learn something else,
Right out, learn something else. So you're going to have to stay on that. And like I was telling her, I have some very close friends, and they all said the same thing. The different kids that they would meet, and they would hear those types of things, but then their parents would try to counteract that talk. And you know what? They silly and all, and I love them to death. But their parents was able to do it. To raise them. Not saying they don't have their biases against different people, because everybody does. But they were able to do it. They were able to raise them to not have those hateful thoughts and their feelings get hurt when other white people say things, and I can see it on them. And they be the ones that you hear something, they speak out, and they say something. So it's a job. It's not an easy job in order to counteract that. But like we see like what's going on down in Florida and throughout the United States, division. These people are trying their best to raise up the next generation to be just as hateful as they can be. And by flipping and bastardizing the word woke, they did pretty good with that. I gotta point that out. They did very well with that. But just like you said, that's all that is. And I just don't know or think we'll ever be able to counteract and get rid of racism. We don't. Because I've seen how hard it creeps in on those who's trying to do their best to raise their children not to be like that. It's still going to creep in, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's always going to be here. It's never going to go anyway. It's just all about what you do in your own house, your household, how you choose to raise your children. It's basically what it's going to be. It's just basically what it is. We're not going to be able to get. I remember Oprah Winfrey said a long time ago, the old guard has to die. Yeah, that's good in a perfect world. The old guard dies out. but then the old guard is infecting the next one, then the next group infects the next one, then it continues and keeps going and going and going. So it's not as simple as the old guard has to die out. It
Well,
really is
well,
not.
it's not because I know you guys watching Dr. Richie on TYT on the Young Turks, and his
Mm-hmm.
videos about the Karens and the racism and all that kind of stuff. It's a new one every damn day, displaying
Yes.
racism from young people, and like you're saying that thinking that the old is going to die out, that just ain't a reality because somehow or another they spawning
Wow.
these new ones all the time.
They're gonna make sure they keep it going, and they have these little whistles, that they put out there. We know it's code. They're trying to keep it coded language, but we don't know what it is. It's never going
Tyrone, can I
anywhere.
say something?
Yeah, sure.
No, I just wanted to say too. The thing is too that I'm going back to this thing called CRT, wherever this is supposed to be, and they said it was being taught in schools. Well, one of the problems is that if it was kind of even taught that way in school, which I know it wasn't, but if they're saying that, what it was that white parents didn't want their children to have empathy for other people, and that was the whole idea of them stopping CRT or what they call CRT. And what they did in the place of CRT was just a smoke screen. What they want to do is just stop us from talking about history in general, especially when it comes to racism in history, bigotry in history. This is what they want us to stop talking about. They just use the CRT as a front. So basically, what they're saying to their white children, they don't want their white children to show empathy. It's okay for their white children to go to school and call little black children the N-word all day, or to bully young black children. And these are the things that Dr. Richie talks about. Matter of fact, there's another person, there's quite a few YouTubers who got stories like this, where you have young white kids going to school, bullying young black kids, or you have a situation where a young white boy went to the little black girl's house, knocked on the door, and he had a whip in his hand. He wanted her to come outside so he can whip her. Now, where did he get that from?
Oh yeah, I
He
see
got that
that.
from home.
I
Yeah.
saw that.
So I'm saying, it's okay for them to say, well, oh my God, CRT, we don't want to talk about history in class, but at the same time, it's okay for their children to go to school and call black children names like the N-word, etc., and all these things, and think that's cute and funny. You see, so but this is part of the problem, and like you were saying, it's something that you can't. If the parent is a racist at home like that, I feel sorry for that child, because that child would never see humanity for what it is. They're just not going to ever see that, because they're going to say, my white skin gives me privilege over you, so I don't have to show you any empathy at all. So they're not empathetic towards not just black people, just Asians in general, Latinos in general. They don't show them empathy because they're white and they got to be privileged. And that's really what the fight is. The fight is for them is to stay where they are as far as their supremacy. It remain in control. So the first is because they saw their children turning and saying, hey, they like the black rappers, they like black entertainers, a lot of the sports figure heroes are black. So what they're saying, whoa, our children are starting to like them. And that's something that we have to stop. And that's basically what they're trying to do.
I agree with that. But Tyrone, let me add this now. I gotta point a finger at us too, because we're not out of this. We call some of this stuff too. We do. And just like the first story that I was going to get to, the 5 Memphis cops charged in Tyre Nichols' death. Now,
I saw that.
You can trust.
Yeah.
Take my word. Those
I saw that. Yeah.
They out there doing the same type of stuff that their counterparts, white police officers, do. Just this. what these 5 black officers have done, they're going to make them the poster board for police brutality. They're going to make them the poster board for brutality against black people, mainly black men, by the police. They're going to use them 5 as poster board for that. And guess who gave it to them? We did. So we're not innocent in this too. They have given that to them. That is, those 5 men is going to be the face of that. Bill Cosby and his nastiness did his best for black men to be the face of Me Too. R. Kelly did his best to make black men the face but we all know what R. Kelly did. And a lot of times we do those things and we help that issue alone because they're just looking for an incident. Mass shootings and things like that. They're looking for an incident that we can be made the poster board for that stuff. And that's just when I saw all 5 of them, and I saw people was talking about that, and was how on earth, and this is our people, how on earth, and where did they find these 5 black officers? And because they did that, and we've got to call it out. I don't hear anybody talk about it. But they just all of a sudden just find these 5 black. They didn't just all of a sudden find these 5 black officers. They did that. And when they released that video, which they said they're gonna release, that's gonna add. They think they're gonna be releasing it tomorrow or the next day. I don't watch things like that. But when they release that video, and everybody's gonna sit back, we think I can't think of his name just escapes me right now. The one with Derek Chauvin with the knee on the man's neck. When they release that video tomorrow or the next day, Sarah, people are going to be Derek Chauvin who? We're going to see the brutality, and it's going to be the brutality of us being brutal to each other. So we play a role in this, so just get ready for it. Black men has given them
without a doubt,
honor of using them as the poster board for police brutality. It is what it is, and I don't see anybody talking about it. This is why we need to talk about it. All of the pro-blacks, all of the hoo-ha-has all over YouTube, I was looking to see, is anybody talking about this? We need to talk about it. We need to condemn it. Because when the next one come along, it's a white officer, not going to be taken seriously. We got to talk about this, and we have to condemn it, what it is. And when they release that video, it's going to be awful. They did that. They didn't just find no black men. All of them didn't do all the same, but all of that beating and that's the stuff that they did to them. Because people are saying, well, you don't punish the police, but they do this, they're going to punish them. They're going to say, yes, black people, we're going to show you how we punish the police for police brutality. And they're going to throw all of them so far up under the bus till people are going to forget they ever existed by the time they get finished with them. But we got to talk about it, and we have to condemn it. We have to condemn that because they did that. They did that. And when they show that young man's picture in the hospital bed, they did that. And we have to condemn it.
But let me say this right here first, Joshua. And Elisa, you're 100% correct, right? But another perspective people need to think about is if you're a black police officer, this should not be the first example. I don't know if you guys remember that white Australian lady that got shot by that cop. He immediately went to jail. And if you're a black police officer, you're not going to get the chance to say that he was reaching for his waistband or your life was in danger or whatever excuse that these lying-ass white cops come up with to murder black people. If you're a black police officer, you're never going to get that excuse. They're going to make an example out of you. They're going to throw the book at you. You guys got charged with second-degree murder and all kinds of charges that these police officers got.
Yeah, kidnapping and all kind of stuff.
If you're a black police officer, you just probably need to rethink some things. But go ahead, Joshua.
Yeah, as far as the four black police, I think it's four. I think 4 or 5, but
It was
Five.
five of it. It was five
five,
of
yeah,
them. Yeah.
yeah. But there are YouTubers who are talking about this. There are black YouTubers talking about this story. Matter of fact, that's where I first learned of it at, from a black YouTuber, and she talked about it. So they are talking about it. And it's not the first time that black police officers have been on a situation where they have put themselves in a situation where they did things like this. This ain't the first time. They ain't the first, they ain't the second, ain't the third. Yeah. So again, recently one of the cops who held the brother down to be tased for, I think, more than a certain amount of seconds, and in Los Angeles, one of the cops that held him down was the black cop. So again, people are talking about this, and they're holding those cops accountable. I mean, I think all throughout our history, when black cops display this behavior towards the community that some of them have come from, that there is a call out for them to say, "Hey, y'all, really?" I mean, so, but yeah, this is nothing new to me to see black cops act out like this. They've been doing it for a long time as well. They ain't the first time. So that's what I got to say about that.
Well, it kind of, I mean, a long time ago, we used to have discussions about having more black police officers on the force, us policing our own neighborhoods, and those types of conversations. But, this police department is heavily black, and they're policing their own neighborhoods, and they conduct themselves like this. And this is not the first act of violence from these guys towards their own neighborhood.
Right.
So you got to pull it back a little bit and look at it. Is it the black police officer, or is it the uniform? Because I think that these guys are conforming to a culture of bad behavior.
Exactly.
And because when they put on that uniform and that badge, regardless of how black they are, they're now police officers. So now you're part of that culture of corruption and targeting black people. So I think these guys is just, they're terrible people, and they should get everything that they get. Unknown caller, who's this?
What's going on? I just want to say real quick, and I'll step back. It's you exactly right, and I say this: they like you said, poster. They're gonna use them and make them example and make it seem like they're doing justice by them being the ones that's gonna get fried. So they're gonna say, "Well, look, you see, we're attacking police brutality. We're attacking, people that's attack, that killed this because they're black." But why they don't put that same energy in all the other officers of color, of white, those people that also? So if you're gonna go after them, why they don't put that same energy in all these other cases? I'm just saying, there's a question mark. I know, yes, go after them. They fucked up because you should know better. You're but then you're doing the system's work, and you're doing exactly what you shouldn't be doing. But yet, what about those other ones that are doing it as well? I'm just saying, let's have accountability for all of them. Put that same energy that you're going to do to prosecute, because most likely they're going to be in big trouble. Do that the way they had to. Look what it took to get those officers with the George Floyd situation. You needed a video and had to go through all the shit that you had to go through, whether it was going through protests, if they want to call it riot, whatever the fuck they was talking about, that you had to do a whole movement and be out there for a whole thing to get the attention. Yet now they're gonna fry these guys easy. I'm saying put that same energy that all those other cops, the way y'all want to get these guys. I'm talking about the police and the prosecutors that are saying, oh, and the governor and mayor, they're saying, yeah, we're doing our job and we're gonna make sure that they don't. Yeah, what about those other cops that do that shit? I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I mean, just a couple of examples. And Jay, you hit it right on the head about George Floyd. How long it took him there? How long it took with Eric Garner? How long it took with Breonna Taylor?
Right.
How long it took with Philando Castile?
And the shit they had to do to get the attention.
Yep, Philando Castile. And then I remember there was a unarmed person got shot in a New York stairwell. That was by an Asian cop. They started protesting for the cop with that one. But these guys immediately got fired, and we see them getting charged almost immediately.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead, Yasha.
And they
Yeah.
should.
Hey,
And they should.
yeah. And Tyrone, and at the same time, we also do have black cops who talk about the culture. We talk about black, like Cheryl Dorsey. I think she's excellent on talking about a police culture and how dangerous it is. And there's no others. Don Jackson. He's one of the first to start recording bad cops. Was another cop. He set him up. He set him up to attack him. But he filmed him doing it. And I didn't know this about Mr. Jackson. What turned him the way he turned was they beat his father up. His father was a police officer, a former police officer, during the 60s and late 50s. And they beat his father up. So this is what turned him the way he turned. And I didn't know that part about him until that was explained. They said they beat his father up. His father was a police officer coming home from work. And that's what made Don Jackson kind of look at things differently. And it was the driving force behind him beginning to take a camera and record police officers, especially when they put Don Jackson's head through a glass window when he was in plain clothes and he set him up. So, but that culture is there. And like someone said this a while ago, it's the uniform. When they get put in that uniform, they want to beat with that culture and show their, and this is what they do. They want to show their white counterparts, we're down with y'all. We in with y'all. And this is what y'all do it and we do it too. And that's based, and this is what cops like Don Jackson were talking about. Cheryl Dorsey was saying, this is what they were coming from. They were saying, yeah, they think black police officers think in this line. They think they need to become part of that blue silent code. They need to be a part of that. Because if they're not a part of that, they're considered to be an enemy. Because we have stories of them killing black officers who have spoke out, who don't follow the blue code. We have stories about them too. Black cops being shot mysteriously on the job. You see? So that's what I'm going to say about that, Tyrone.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
done.
I agree with you, man. And we ain't got to look too far. Hell, you can just talk to Sarge. Listen
Yeah.
to Sarge. He is so embedded in that culture is that he can't see the forest for the trees. And everything that happens with the police, this guy defends it, no matter how wrong they are. We can see how indoctrinated these police officers are. And these guys right here I think that they're just like triply bad because they lived in the neighborhood and they talk to these people every day. And it's
they
one,
know better.
I ain't gonna say
know
they
better.
knew better,
Yeah.
but it's just like terrible to be
No, they
that
know
close and just
Yeah.
They know.
do that, and not only that, they showed past videos of one of these cops, and he was terrible for walking around just beating up people with his fucking nightstick, calling other police officers on the radio, and then they'll jump in and beat the people up too for no damn reason. So these
Yeah.
guys are
And
getting
But you know
Tyrone,
what? I still feel that in our neighborhoods, I still stand by this. We still need to have more black police officers in our neighborhoods policing us. I still stand by that.
Oh yeah, no doubt,
Even
no
with
doubt, just
this,
good ones.
even with this, there's a lot of good ones
Yeah.
because I know some. So I still stand by that. That we need to have more
I
black
agree.
police
I agree.
policing our people because they
The
know
culture
our
will
people.
change. The culture will change.
Exactly.
Yep.
Like my brother used to say, some of these white officers that came out of different areas that he worked with when he was on the police force, he said a lot of them were afraid of black people. They were afraid because they didn't live around black people. They didn't really have a lot to do with black people. And he said they were afraid of black people. And before certain things would turn into certain things, my brother says him and some of the other ones, they go, no, I'll go talk to him. Let me talk to him. No, let me talk to him. Because it's not taking all of this for what y'all getting ready to do. Let me just talk to him. because of the use to these people. And like the young kids that would get in trouble for this and that, they would tell them, keep your mouth shut now. When you get in there, tell them you want to see your parents. Keep your mouth shut and tell them you want to see the parents. So all of them are not bad. They would take the lead and say, no, I'll talk to them. They just knuckleheads out here on the corner. It don't take all of that, what y'all get ready to do. You just go over here and talk to them, and we know how to talk their language. So I'm still a firm believer that we need more of our people policing our people. But when you have these types of bad apples, they have to go. They have to be prosecuted. And even if they end up getting prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, even more so than the white officers, so be it. It will teach the other black officers, don't y'all try to do what they did. So even if they even if theirs is worse than anything they do to another white officer, so be it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they deserve it
Tyrone,
because that boy did not deserve to die like that.
right.
He didn't
And
deserve to die.
Tyrone,
Period. Go ahead.
there was a story in New Orleans, I think about 3 or 4 years ago. This black police officer, they gave her life. She committed murder. There was a couple of murders they said she was really bad. She was really corrupt. But they gave her the death penalty, and they said they think she's the first to get the death penalty as a police officer. I said, wow, okay, so the black cop, yes, she was bad, and she was corrupt, but okay, you give her the death penalty, okay, wow. But and we know in New Orleans they got corrupt white cops for sure. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they gave her the death penalty. I do agree that we, and I've said that before. I said that years ago on TRS that black police officers should be patrolling particularly black neighborhoods and areas, because they do understand us better. Yes, you got the bad cops, you got the black cops who are bad. Then you got the black cops who I have some sympathy with because they're frustrated a lot, or people do a lot of dumb shit, and so that's in some cases, in cases that frustrates a lot of black cops. It does.
Well, I mean, I have to put that out there. They're not doing enough, Joshua. Listen, they're not doing enough because more people could be speaking out and not worried about getting pushed back on and all that kind of stuff, and not worried about being a snitch and all this kind of stuff. I think more good officers should be coming out in public and exposing the corruption in their units, even though they may get pushed back, but it still should be happening on a consistent basis because think about it. Let's suppose Tyre Nichols did not die. Let's just suppose he ended up in the hospital, right? And then eventually he got beat up pretty bad, but he ended up in the hospital, didn't die. We would not be talking about this story. And these 5 police officers would be getting away with it. So who else out there is getting their ass beat and nobody ain't saying shit? So my point is that these police officers need to be coming up to the front some more. They need to speak.
Yeah, and like I said, there has been cops who've pulled up and have stood up. Like I just told you, like the Don Jacksons, like the brother who started black police officers against police brutality. Like him, I forget his name, but he's another cop who stood up. Cheryl Dorsey, but she did it after she retired.
Well, no, I'm not speaking bad against those people, man. My point is that there's not enough of them. There's not enough.
Yeah, and then you have some white officers. I would say that straight up. Yeah, who stood up and got fired for standing up and saying, "Nah, that's wrong," and they fired them. They got rid of them. The white police officer that kept she pulled the white guy off a black guy. I don't know, because either he was choking him or something, and she pulled, and he got mad at her, but his supervisor checked him and said, "Well, she did the right thing. She kind of kept your job. Okay, she kept you from hurting this guy. Put the cuffs on him and put him in the car. That's it. Don't get mad with her." But he was mad at his co-worker. He was mad at her that she stopped him. She was mad. But I'm done.
That's a hard thing. Because I saw on video where the white cop got fired. He was overly doing it, and the female white cop was like, "You're doing too much." Just whatever.
Yeah, I think that's the same one. Oh, so he got fired.
And tried to grab her. And did he grab her up by the neck or something like that?
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah.
But he got upset. And a lot of them, they be afraid for retaliation can come back on them. But he ended up getting fired. He did end up
getting fired. So he did get fired. Okay.
Yeah, but that's that culture that they need to expose. They need to break that culture, being in fear of retaliation and all that kind of stuff. People need to, they got to change. You're not gonna. It's not easy to change a culture. It's not easy to change habits. So people gonna constantly have to, push the damn limits of exposing these police officers, because I want to trust in the police. I really do. I don't want to be in fear of the police. But now that we got cell phone cameras and cameras everywhere on every street corner, we can see what the police really do, and they're out there hurting citizens. I know it's not all of them, but too many of them is out there. Just like this.
Too many of them.
Yeah, these 5 right here is on a police force, and I'm pretty sure other people in that damn department has been doing the same shit that these guys been doing.
Oh yeah.
And Tyrone, and that's like recently the situation that happened down in Ohio. The sister went back to get her sandwich right, and the cops ended up beating her up. At McDonald's.
Oh yeah, I seen that. I seen that one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, really? Over some cheese? She just wanted some cheese on it. Like she said, it was her burger wasn't right, and she just went back to get the cheese. And this cop took it upon himself to bash her face in. You see, and so thank goodness someone was there to put that on camera. They got it recorded, because they would have never knew if they weren't recorded.
But
they had the one.
Go ahead. But the real.
No, I was thinking they had the one who body slammed.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say, when you're discussing this with white people, then you're not gonna get the type of reaction that you want from them as it relates to police brutality. You're not going to get that. But the reaction you will get from them, because when I am in white spaces, whether it's online or in person, the one way you will get a reaction from them, not sympathy, they don't care about that because they say it's not them, it's not their community. And this is something that we all have got to start doing when we're discussing this with white people. If we want something done with the police, is to tell them, is your tactics.
They're affected by that shit too. Tell them, right?
Yes.
Like they will be affected.
And that's what you have to play on them, because that's what I do with them. Your taxes, your homeowner's taxes, the different taxes you're paying locally, and state taxes.
Lawsuits are going to happen.
You all need to look into how much the police departments in your area is paying out for these types of things. And it's affected your property taxes. That's why they're so high. That's the only way you're going to get.
Hell yeah, when it hits their pocket, they're like, oh, hell no, I don't want that, pay that shit. You see, if it don't affect them, because they, like you said, they're not living it, they're living the good, like they say, the life of Riley.
Exactly.
They're not affected because they don't get stopped, so they can't, some of them, they don't have no empathy and they can't relate, even though they experience it. So you know what?
They don't.
But if it hits their fucking pocket, they're like, oh, hell no, I'm not paying for that.
Something done.
Yeah, exactly.
Always say in white spaces, look at your property taxes. Every time I see the police, something like that, I'm like, see, there you go, the lawsuit. Property tax is going to go up. And I see a lot of them will respond. Yeah, you're right. And you this, and click the likes of this and that. That is the way you're going to have to get their attention.
But you know what, Lisa? Lisa, that's a good point. and I've often thought about that too. That do people understand that when the police act out in bad behavior and they got to pay these lawsuits out, do people understand that comes out your pocket? Do people really understand? Like, wait a minute, we're paying for.
You don't
We're
want
paying
to
for
be
their
liable.
house.
You don't want to be liable. Trust
Yeah,
that.
but
Well,
my
see,
point is
somebody
that
suggested on the show a while back that the individual that causes the harm gets sued.
Should
And-
be charged.
but-
Like the cops should be charged. That
Yeah.
listen,
They
it's a
ain't
cop
gonna do
because they
that.
protect it.
Yeah,
They're
but
not
but
gonna
see,
do that.
it's too much shit.
they're the only organization that is protected by the unions, so that's not even an option unless you get rid of those
That's
unions.
not an option.
Yep.
You got to
Yeah.
get people
But-
think, because it's so many of these lawsuits that you never hear about.
Yeah.
Police smack a woman down and she sues and she gets the bag. The police
Right.
this over here stuff you don't hear about, and they're paying out billions of dollars a year. You need to start checking in your area to see how much your area is paying out. That might help you that might explain some of the reasons why your property taxes are so high. And that
Mhm.
is one way that you could get their attention. Because it's going to take everybody to get real, true police reform. And if you
Yep,
can get the
change.
white people's ear by talking about property taxes and everybody's paying for this when they out here acting the ass. We're paying for this. The police department needs to straighten up. We need to straighten them up. And that is how you can get all of them on. You get those that don't give a damn on board. It's one way.
Yeah.
You can get them on board. But trying to seek them to feel bad and how they did this and the people is crying and whoa, 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 it's me. They don't care about that. But they care
No,
about their
no.
property. They care about their property taxes. And you have to always put that out to them when you're discussing this in mixed company. You bring up the property taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Because they're costing us taxpayers a lot of money. They're costing us a lot of money.
Yeah, but
But we
they don't
gotta
care.
start
They
something.
act like they don't care about the police being sued. It's like they want to be right about the police officers. They support the police officers regardless, and that goes back to what we was talking about earlier. How this country was founded on slave patrol, and where the police originate from. White people look at them as protection, and they're going to bend over backwards to protect that organization because they think that they're keeping them safe from black people or whatever. There's some underlying protection and defense of police that don't make no sense, especially when
And Tyrone and Tyrone and the black code some of the black code laws. One of them was what, that if a white person had the right to ask you, if you and I was walking down the street in the 1940s in South Carolina, if white folks saw us, they had the right in the laws to ask us where we going. Mm-hmm. Hey boy, where you going, boy? Sir, I'm just going to the park. Boy, you can go to that park, but you be out that park about a certain period of time. You understand that, boy? You know what I'm saying? And that's how they would talk to. And that goes back to Ahmaud Arbery. You know what I'm saying? Him, and they chasing him down the street and all that stuff like that. And these are some of those laws that came out, the black code laws. This is some of that those laws that spirit that behavior of white vigilante. I mean, being a vigilante and being white, that you was able to do these things to black people, and it was okay to do that.
But what y'all saying is that because they ain't doing nothing to try to fix this stuff, it's costing everybody whenever it comes to these lawsuits.
Yeah, it is. It's costing everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah.
And that's what we're gonna have to. That's how we're gonna have to play this with some of them, along with trying to seek sympathy and along with trying to seek empathy and right and wrong. We have to always point out when you finish talking about it. Yeah, and police keep still acting out of pocket. That's why your property taxes is going to keep getting higher and higher and higher. Because I saw some white folks was saying,
that's where only respect. Think about it. Like, look at all. If you look at all these cases, I mean, outside of that, if different stuff when they get hit, they thinking about that, and so the people, depending again, when that message is put out there, a lot of people don't want involvement in that. They're like, oh wait, we want this police department not to make us liable for this shit because we're gonna pay for it. You gotta make sure that they on top of their shit, so they on top of their ass, making sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do. Don't be killing nobody unnecessarily, doing shit you're not supposed to, because we gotta pay for it. And that's the only way it really, affects most of these people is through the pocket, not through their heart, through their wallet, through their pocket.
Exactly.
Well, I don't have the means or whatever, but one of the ways that could be very effective is the same way that they got rid of unions for the average everyday workers. The police union need to be attacked and tore down some type of way and gotten rid of because they won't have that protection there no more. So if there was a way that somebody could get rid of the police union, then maybe things would change. Because whenever these guys commit crimes, literally crimes, they get paid leave or whatever, and that's just bullshit.
Yeah. And that's something else they should stop too.
It's not free. Their crimes are not free. The taxpayers got to pay for it.
Yeah.
Their crimes are not free. We got to pay for that.
So if there was a way to get rid of that police union, I know it's a heavy lift and it probably won't never happen, but that would change some
and
stuff.
You know what? If white people sue the police department all the time, if you get into the stats and you get deep down into that, reading up on that, white people sue the police all the time. They feel they was given a ticket and they shouldn't have got it. They sue all the time. The police beat them up. They have police brutality too, and they sue all the time. We just don't hear about it. The police department is costing it's costing the taxpayers so much money. So it's not just us. We hear about the big payouts when they do something just absolutely atrocious. But you have your everyday white citizens. I know one of the white dudes that I've worked with. She had a mess with being pulled over and this, that, and he got kind of jerked up a certain kind of way. He sued. He got like $15,000. They sued and he's suing them left and right. But you don't hear about this. And it costs all of they F up. It's costing us. It's not free. They F up, it costs us. They are paying, giving people go away money. But the police did this, they have a fund. They just go away. Here, take this, go away. Costing us a lot of money. They F up and they mess up. We just hear about the big ones. But there's just a plethora of smaller ones. And you would be surprised and where you live and in your jurisdiction, how much they're paying out in this kind of foolishness. So we have to. The whole overall has to be done with the police department, the way things where our country polices is citizens, but it's going to take everybody. So if you got to get some people on board because they tired of the money being paid out, and you get other people, the rest of us on board because it's a crime against humanity. You're gonna need everybody on board to get a change done with this thing. We crying and marching, that ain't gonna get it. We got to get everybody on board. And I just think that is one vehicle talking about how much this stuff is costing the people. That's something that we need to start adding to the marches, adding to the videos, adding to this, start putting that. Because when that little old white woman, I think she was suffering from dementia or something, she had got lost. I think she stole something out the Walmart, a piece of food or something. And how the police had ripped her arm around. Y'all saw that, had her open in a ditch and pull her arm out the socket. Little old white woman suffered from dementia. She got out of her home because they had people watching her, and she stole something out the Walmart, some kind of food or something. And how the police officers just manhandled the little white woman. Child, by the time their family got through with them and the amount of money that they had to pay out, and white folks saw it.
Oh yeah, they're gonna clean them out.
They saw that how they treated. That's just awful. And then you heard them say the police is just out of control. And then the Latino boy who had stopped and bought him a sandwich from the sandwich shop, And the police walked up. The young man was just sitting in his car, eating his sandwich, and somebody called the police to come to the burger joint for something. I don't know what it was. And when the officer walked up to the car, I don't think he could see in. He told him to open the door, and the Latino boy was sitting there eating his sandwich and his fries.
Shot him, I
And
think.
yeah, you saw that. Yeah, he pulled out his gun and shot 5-6 times at the young man in the car. And they could say, "Oh my God, that is just awful. That's just sensitive." They could have killed that young man, and they could see it. But you're not going to keep them seeing it that way. You gotta keep their mind on their pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Right
yeah,
where it
they
hurts.
definitely treat white people different than they do black people. And then, like
Listen,
you
it
said, when
don't
white
hurt
people
their
get in
heart.
trouble,
It hurts their
white people sue
pockets.
them. What's that, Jay?
You know, it don't hurt their hearts. There's like that shit don't bother their heart, but it hurts them in their pocket. This is just a lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them. They like, listen, unless you hurt their pocket, they don't give a fuck. They don't have no feelings, you know, unless you mess with their money.
That's with their money. And then they see that, like, I'm paying all this property taxes, paying all this, that, because the police acting out, y'all better get them under control. It's going to take everybody to get complete police reform. If anything is going to be done, it's going to take everybody.
Oh yeah,
It is.
oh yeah, and I mean, it seems like it's so hard to point out the racism, and how white people are able to get away with it, while the police defending white people and then they murdering black people, and
They killing white folks too.
yeah, they killing them, but you know they're more lenient with them. As a matter of fact, I seen a video. It might have been Dr. Richie. I watch a lot of him, but it was a video of a woman in a hospital, and her husband. She killed her husband with the gun, and the police showed up, and she still had the gun. And y'all should hear the way the police.
That was all night. Please, ma'am.
Yeah, y'all should hear the way the police is. Y'all, I think I uploaded. Let me play this audio. It's a minute. Here it is.
Yeah, you got to.
Drop the gun! Drop.
Well, now hold on. Now she done killed her husband with the gun. She killed her husband, and the police showed up with the door open. They see her with the gun. They got their guns pointed at her, and listen to how these police talk to this woman.
The gun right now! Drop the gun! Drop the gun! You got any eyes, Elder Stark?
What's that?
You got any eyes?
I can't see.
She's sitting right behind the bed.
Yeah, but she's on the other side of the bed. Oh, I think that.
It's a black revolver. I'm saying a visitor. Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Just drop it. Just put it on the ground and slide it away from you. Drop the gun! No. I got you. You can't open from the outside. Hey, here. Yes. You want to crack this open with this? Can you open it from the outside? Yes, you can. Drop the gun! Watch out. We got time. Back up. We got time. We got nothing but time, guys. Can we evacuate some patients from the adjoining rooms? Can we do that or no? Drop the gun, man! I got a good angle right here. Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Man, hold on. You got no dialogue. Man, tell me what's going on. Tell me what's going on. I don't want to hurt you. We don't want to hurt you. Tell me what's going on. Just talk to me. Talk to me. What's going on? Why can't you drop the gun? Why can't you drop the gun?
And they rolled her out of the hospital and took her somewhere. But you can hear that them police officers said, "We got plenty of time. I don't want to hurt you."
Take her to a restaurant.
In other words, and she got a loaded weapon. She just killed her husband. They know how to de-escalate. That is not even a question.
They do. But then Tyrone, that's what the right police officer showed up. There's a video on YouTube, and you can find it anywhere. These people was up in there. They were smacked heads, up in the house. Everybody's white. And somebody said somebody had a gun, and they shot them shooting in the house, whatever. And when the meth head white woman came out, and I think she had a knife. That's what it was. She ran out the door with a knife and was getting ready. And the officers who was walking up one of them got slashed in the hand,
Mm-hmm.
and so they ran back. And the white woman was standing there with it. I don't know if she was on meth. I don't know what was wrong with that woman, but she was just swinging around the knife. Yeah, they didn't put the knife down. Stop. Throw that knife down. Yeah, they laced that woman up with so much lead and she fell out. And they were still shooting her ass while she was down on the ground. See? So it just depends. The right officers show up, you get drop the gun.
Mm-hmm.
Put the gun there. That white woman, she had a knife and she had whipped the knife across to stab, and they ran back. Now, them other officers flew up there in the street, and she was just waving around the knife. She can't do anything, y'all waving around the knife while she in the yard. Yeah, they fill that woman up with lead. She was dead in the street. So it just depends on who shows up. It really does. It really depends on who shows up. Now, like I'm watching that video, they didn't have to kill that woman like that, but they did.
Yeah.
It depends on who shows up. It always depends on who shows up, and y'all know
So
that.
training and bias, I think will be two keys. Training ought to be implemented, and if they have bias, because you could be trained, but then you have bias towards another person, another nationality, another color. So that's something that even if you got the training and you are who you are, but then you got those that don't have training.
Well, I think with this white lady, they seen their mother, they seen their auntie, they seen their sister.
But they should look at everybody as their mother and sister in that case. You understand? No matter what color, say, damn, that's a woman. Respect a black man, a darker man than who they are. Say, you know what, that he might be dark, he might be black, but that could be my brother. If they start thinking different, again, the bias got to go away, and we need training, better training. But if we can't train you out of being a biased person, if you already that shit is embedded. Some people you can. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just work in progress that needs to be happening, and they gotta do more of that. That's more of the institutions, I would say.
I agree, but that white woman who them police they shot her up. They had to kill that woman. They shot her up. All them officers down there behind the cars. They loaded her up, and it was awful. I don't usually watch stuff like that, but I did. I watched that one. They shot that woman up, and she was in the yard, because I don't know if she was housed and stuff. But it seemed like 3 or 4 of them should have been able to run up there and just knock that woman out. But they laced her up. I mean, they shot that woman up in the yard. And when they made the rest of the people come out the house, the rest of the people came out. I guess they said, but I don't think the police claimed. So the rest of the people came out, and she was dead in the street. So, I think training played a big role in that. They didn't have to kill that woman like that. They just killed her.
Let me see who this unknown caller. Who's this unknown caller?
This is Miss Lady. Can I ask Lisa where was that incident?
Okay, somebody got an echo.
What's going on?
The echo is coming from
it's not coming from me.
I'm gonna mute you for a minute, Lisa. Test. Yeah, I still got it. Let me see if it's Joshua. Hold on. Test. Test. Joshua, that's your phone with the echo, Joshua.
Yeah, he's in a tunnel of love.
I'm gonna let me pull it up.
Joshua, let me get Joshua's attention real quick. Joshua, can you hear me?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yeah, put your phone on mute.
Okay.
You got an echo.
Okay. That's weird. Yeah, okay. Hold on. I'm trying to get hold on 1 second.
Test. Yeah, you still got
it. Is it still there?
Yeah.
Why is my phone echoing?
Test.
Hold on, man. Let me see. Let me see. My phone.
Alexa.
Alexa.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't know. I guess sometimes what it all depends on where you're at on the earth, and the satellite gets in a certain position, it causes that feedback. I don't know. I ain't no phone person. But Miss Lady, welcome to the show. How you doing tonight, sis?
I'm pretty good. I was just looking online, and Colin Kaepernick, he's making, they've made a film with another guy. It's coming on Hulu, and Hulu's free. You got to look at all those ads, but it's a 3-part series on February 3rd called Killing County, which includes first-person interviews with Bakersfield and Kern County individuals and families plagued by gun violence, involved homicides, and other crimes. So Kaepernick is an executive producer. He says it's the most powerful project I've ever been involved with. They say this is Kevin McCarthy's district, okay? It's an area maybe about an hour and a half from L.A., in a valley. They have a lot of rural jobs. Where they picking vegetables and stuff like that, farmland. And they said the police department is corrupt. And it has the highest, it's Kern County, it has the highest police shootings of any county in the country. So it comes on February the 3rd. It says there's a trailer. It includes gunshots, 911 calls, a former police officer, and interviewed individuals calling the city a violent place. There are mentions of the city being home to the deadliest law enforcement per capita and the most officer-involved deaths in the U.S. Ben Meiselas, it's spelled Meiselas, and I found he's on YouTube. He has a channel. He's an executive producer and business partner of Kaepernick, and they got a deal inked about 2 years ago with Disney, and he was previously a litigator down there in Bakersfield. He knows a lot of folks down there, and he shared a lot of time with them, and he met Kaepernick, who grew up in Turlock, which is not too far, I guess, from Bakersfield, and got involved with him as a civil rights attorney. So this Meiselas is a civil rights attorney. So it says, Meiselas says, it's so important for us to produce this content. The project, based on all kinds of stories and experiences in Bakersfield, was a very unique and harrowing way to shed light on what was taking place there through this prism of the true crime format and genre. And so, yeah, you can find him on YouTube. Oh my God, there were 6,216 violent crimes in Bakersfield, reported ones in 2020. That amounts to approximately 692 offenses per 100,000 residents, compared to a national rate of 390 similar offenses that same year. And so there's been an uptick in their violent crime. I don't know how many people live in Bakersfield, but there's a lot of poverty there, but there's a lot of corruption allegedly in that police department, and with with the prosecutors and being involved and everything like that. So it's going to be interesting. You should check it out. It's, I've
seen the trailer, and I've seen Ben Meiselas. I watch him on Midas Touch on YouTube. He's a pretty good guy. He be breaking his Trump stuff down, to the details. So I seen him promoted with Colin Kaepernick, and I plan on watching it. So it's like a good movie.
I've been to Bakersfield, and it has a depressed air about it.
Mm-hmm. McCarthy land. Let's highlight that. It's McCarthy land, right? That's the House.
Yep.
What is it? The House Speaker. that's
They're supposed to
talking
be tough
all
on crime.
this nonsense that he's gonna do this, he's gonna do that, right? But the main concern is Joe Biden's son's laptop when they gotta get their act together in his county with all this corruption and poverty in his backyard. Think about that for a second. I'll leave it there.
You know, and he comes from like it's a poor kind of area. It's a lot of farmers and farm work and stuff like that. I don't think he's probably really respected in the House, to be
That
honest.
county.
They know Bakersfield's a mess.
Right.
You know.
Shame.
Okay, Miss Lady. Miss Lady.
Yeah.
Okay, you asked where did this happen? It happened in
lady.
Florida. It happened in Florida. I'm trying to see what's part of Florida because I just found the video. The woman came out the house with a knife. Child, they laced that white woman up. Let me see.
That's insane.
Body cam.
You know, some people just want to kill other people. They want to live out all their training. Okay, they haven't had a chance to do it, but they just waiting on a chance. I just really believe that.
I think so. It just says
they say
Florida.
that Grand Theft Auto game. Now years ago they were saying that was the most favorite game among police officers. They love that game. That horrible.
Oh, Jacksonville, Florida is where it happened.
That's where that was the first black town established in Florida. Jacksonville.
Because I didn't find the video. I hadn't watched this in a while. The police walked up. Jackson, they should kill this white woman. She
That's
came
a
out
shame.
and it's an awful video to look at. Child, and they laced that woman up. And then that was a tough old white woman. I'm looking at it. It was a tough white woman.
He was colorblind. That one was colorblind.
This country's just too violent. It's too violent.
Yeah,
it's just so violent.
It's the most violent. And listen, it's more. How you say that there's more killings here than there is in Afghanistan? Isn't that? I mean, don't you? We see that as a problem for people like Iraq, where they were blowing each other up. We're getting, and they got AK-47. They do killing out there. But to think that, they blowing up people over here, they shooting people, and every day there's a shooting. There's been 39 plus mass shootings since the beginning of the year. It's just that it's not all documented on the mainstream. This is sad. In this country, the most modern, supposedly richest country in the world.
I was just scrolling through, and I had to stop watching. Was one shooting after another. The father's mainly getting upset with the wife, the girlfriend, the family members of the woman, their own, and just shooting everybody, taking their kids, the family members, the girlfriend, the wife, or they shoot the wife and leave the kid wounded, and then they shoot themselves. It's crazy. And it's white, it's Mexican, it's black, and everybody. It's crazy what's going on.
It is crazy. Tyrone, I'm going to send it to you. I don't know if this one's going to show the actual shooting, but there's plenty of them on YouTube showing the actual shooting. And but she did, I'm putting it in, sending it to you right now. But she did look crazy in the face. When you click on it, I don't know if that's going to show the whole shooting, but if you get the information, you can put it in YouTube. And it looked awful. She did look crazy though. I would have shot her too. But
you would.
Damn. So she was vicious. She looked vicious.
Yeah, she looked vicious.
I mean, but they didn't have to light her up. You know what I'm saying? They
lit her up like a Christmas tree.
No, they didn't have to do that.
And after she was on the ground, she still.
I mean, don't they have tasers they can deploy?
All those male cops could have ran over there and knocked that woman in the head. That's what I think. But I mean, you could see on the videos that they have on YouTube, it was a car driving down the street when all that was going on. That person, they wheeled that car around so quick and got her from up out of there. But she did look crazy though. She did look crazy.
Was she a young woman or an older woman?
I think she was 27.
Oh, so I have her. It's not like so she had muscle insurance from youth on the side, but she's elderly. So she could have took off running to the building that night.
Newly released JSO body camera video showing a woman lunging at an officer with a knife before that officer and another opened fire.
The video
comes on the same day the state attorney's office for Duval, Clay, and Nassau counties announced a new policy on releasing body camera video.
It will now approve the release of footage from police shootings within 30 days. That's unless the state believes it will hinder a case. In the latest video, the suspect stabbed an officer with a large knife. It's one of 14 police shootings that the state attorney's office recently cleared in the past 30 minutes. News4JAX reporter Eric Avanier spoke with the suspect's mother. Eric, what did she...
This body cam video, which was recorded back on April 11th, shows rookie officer E. Meckling arriving at a home on Gulf Air Boulevard, not knowing that within seconds of knocking on the door, her life would be in danger.
What the? They didn't have to do that.
Investigators say this was Leah Baker who came out the door armed with a knife and stabbed the officer. News4JAX crime and safety expert Ken Jefferson reviewed the video with me and pointed out what the officer did right in that situation.
She exercised officer safety. As we see in the video, when she knocks on the door, she steps back.
Stepping back provided distance and prevented the knife attack from being fatal.
She could have easily stabbed her in the upper torso, maybe even in the face or neck area.
Moments later, the confrontation escalates.
All kind of crazy stuff.
Get on the...
Officer Meckling fires at Baker and misses.
She could have made the shot had she been calm and been threatened with a knife, but she had already been stabbed.
Veteran Officer Sergeant J.C. Nobles arrives on scene to back up Officer Meckling. Then this happens.
Get on the ground! Get away from that knife!
Sergeant Nobles shoots Baker several times as she ran towards him with a knife.
That happened so fast that had he not stopped the threat by firing his weapon, he could have been fatally stabbed as well. So he...
Yeah, they shot her.
Yeah, they wasn't playing, were they?
The critics agree.
The
clash was a hit.
Well, that lady look crazy too.
Get ready for the sequel.
No, but I'm saying this is the thing too. I mean,
you know, the people in the house were probably scared of her. They were scared of her.
There's a thing that's a dangerous thing. Just because you look crazy doesn't mean you should be shot and killed. It doesn't matter what color or whatever. So I'm thinking that.
Well, this lady came out of this house playing that knife at that damn police officer.
Well, no. All right, that's a little different from you saying that she's just looking crazy, right? You looking crazy and you coming out flashing a knife. Right, like now you talking about, look at her eyes were red, crazy, her hair was crazy, and she was looking, swinging a knife at you. Then that's something different, But versus, a lot of times these people they far away and they got the knife and they'll shoot them.
Look right there. Take a number of police officers to fire at the same person, light them up. I don't understand that.
Meckling tells the woman to
drop
and get on the ground.
Punch them out there and try to
the woman, Leah Baker, drops the knife before trying to pick it up again. Meckling opens fire. We've paused the video right before shots are fired. Seconds later,
that was extra, basically. Like, they did too much.
No, they had to do all that. They had to do all that.
Yeah?
I mean,
you think so?
Well, I mean,
I didn't see it. I don't see the thing. So I'm going by what you guys are saying because I haven't seen it.
Well, she came out the door first, and then she tried to stab one cop, and then she got down and picked up the knife and charged at the other one. Vicious Bill.
Well, now that changes the story. Okay, let's add a little bit more information.
I said she was clean up crazy. Now she came out. What did I
Jason
say? I
says
was
this was
probably
Officer
shot her
Noble's
too.
fifth officer
Because,
involved
I
shooting.
mean,
It was Officer Meckling's first. An investigation by the state
no, I
attorney's
wouldn't
office
have. If
review
you on
panel found
YouTube,
the
I would
shooting
not have done that. I
justified.
was
Leah
trying
I mean,
to.
Baker's
when you
roommate
split her up, I mean,
her
it's like, did they
mental health
empty
had
their
been
guns
declining.
into
She'd
her,
been
all of them?
Baker
I mean,
and she
does
previously
it take,
had
you know,
domestic violence charge.
does it take, you know, 50 rounds or how?
Action News Jax.
My God.
Of an
Well,
April
they
11th
shot her
shooting
now,
that left a
and she.
Jacksonville
I'm
woman
saying
dead.
that she deserved it.
With
She
an
shouldn't have
officer
came out of the house like
responding to
that with that
Belfair
knife.
Boulevard about a call of an argument.
It must have been a very big night, Tyrone. It wasn't like a little small.
Oh,
You
no.
looking at?
Yeah, what, a
Are you looking
Crocodile
at YouTube
Dundee
now?
knife?
Officer Meckling
Are you looking at YouTube now?
Meckling tells the woman to drop the knife and get on the ground.
A knife?
Well, you got to hit refresh because it's on there.
Before trying to pick it up again, Meckling opens fire.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I
Pause
see
the
it now.
video right before shots are fired.
I don't
Seconds
know. I
later, a
just think that
second officer appears on
it's
Meckling's
too much
video
violence.
and
Why
tells
you think
Baker
it
to drop the
reflects
knife.
we said that we
hear
got a
Meckling
most
shout
violent
commands again.
country in the world. It's set an example if law enforcement doesn't use other means more than using violence. Like, I know they say violence is the last thing that they'll use or deadly force, but what I'm saying is that it's used too often. I'm not saying that all the time they use deadly force is not necessary. It's used too often. I'm not saying that. I don't know the video. Like I said, I'm going by what you said. I'm just saying that there has to be all these other cases in general, they have to minimize these casualties, man. I mean, this is crazy. Too much.
Oh yeah, if you're unarmed like Tyree Nichols and all that, no, you shouldn't die. But this lady came out of that house with that big ass kitchen knife. You know the kind of chef knife like you cut up beef or whatever.
Ginsu. She had a Ginsu.
But Tyrone, there was about 8
tells the woman to drop the knife and get on the ground.
She came out crazy. I didn't think she
You had to shoot. 8 people had to shoot, or could have been 2. I mean, somebody could have subdued her. I don't know, man. I just say it's overdrive. That's my thing. It's still a little too much sometimes.
But I don't know what the hell she was. I don't know what other outcome she was expecting coming out that door like that on police.
You then see
because that happened in New York too. That happened in New York, I think last year, where somebody came out with the knife, but the dude was far from them, and they said, "Oh, he lunged." I'm like, "Damn, but you had to shoot him and kill him for real?" Like, I get it, and then they find out he had mental problems. Like, oh, come on, man, like for real. I mean, he might be eliminated for y'all. Say, "Oh, well, he's out of here," but the family, you know, like this shit affects people. Like, I think people don't get that. That's what, you know.
Officer Noble's
but you know what? I showed this, Tyrone. I showed this video, the full video, where they not stopping the shooting, because you find the full videos out there. And they were
mental health had
they
been
bitch
declining.
up. Excuse
She
my
had been
language.
Baker acting.
I showed that to my brother. And you know what he said? They didn't have to kill that woman. All they had to do was, and he was police too. But she was charged.
Well, I mean, well, I guess they could, since she was a little small, she had small stature, I guess they could have physically taken her down or whatever, but.
That's what he said. My brother say that about everybody. They didn't have to kill that person. He says that about everybody. They didn't have to kill that person. Somebody could be coming out with a bazooka, and my brother would go, but they didn't have to kill him. He says that about everybody. He said that's why it was time for him to get off force. He will say that about everyone. Because I was like, but she charged her. I said, well, he was like, they ain't had to kill that woman. That woman like 5'2". Yeah, she crazy. He said, but they didn't have to kill that woman. He says that about every shooting. So.
there's always an option.
Well, he knows how to well, I guess he just how to resolve things a different way. You know, or at least because everything ain't gonna be the same. Every case is different, but I think at the end of the day, it's just trying to find a better way to other than deadly force, which a lot of times is used. And when you start doing the calculations, like, wait a minute, there's too many that were unjustified, or they could have found a different way. Yes, there's some, like you said, maybe, like you said, the one that you see could have been is justified. I don't know, but I'm saying that in general, when you start looking at these cases, you say, damn. And then you say, wait, this is happening too much in the black and brown community. This is a problem.
Yeah.
Too much. Now, yes, it happens in the white community. Yeah, they kill white people. Cops kill white people. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that you start calculating and say, damn, why are they treating, they deal with their own different. Like the lady, oh, please, don't shoot. We don't want to kill you. We want to, let me talk. Now they play negotiator. They say they don't want to be counselors, but in certain cases they are. But like you said, sis, is that it depends the officer that's there. It all depends the officers there. What is the mentality against the training? And if he's biased or he's there, it depends the cop that's there, the mindset.
Who shows up.
Yes. That's a key piece to that.
Yeah, depends on who shows up. Now, I say that they shot this woman, that was justified. But...
Right, but you say they shouldn't have had to have been 8 people to shoot her.
Yeah, they didn't need all of them. But
right.
Like my brother, he said that about everybody. They didn't have to.
Right. Well, he wants to avoid having to shoot people. Basically, he says, "Damn, because he's looking at probably from a different angle and every angle. Like, nah, I mean, I'm looking at this in different ways, and I can see that there could have been a different way. There's no excuse.
He said, I'd have pulled out my stick and cracked her straight across the skull.
There you go. So, I mean, but he's being realistic, though, too, right?
Mm-hmm. So, I don't know.
I think de-escalation is always an option.
There you
even
go.
in a situation like this. But they just don't. They pull out them guns and they kill people all the time.
Like in the airport, remember when the fight broke out during the quarantine? Not the quarantine, we were out of quarantine, but when COVID was real bad and the fight broke out, it's after they had gone through the ticket, saying they was in boarding in the area where you wait to board, and the police officer, fight broke out, and he pulled out a gun. What are you pulling out a gun for? Nobody has a gun in the boarding area. They done been through all the detectives, all the everything. Nobody has a gun. Nobody has a knife. And the police officer pulled out a gun because people were fighting. See, it's stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's stuff like that. Why do you have a gun out? Nobody has a gun. Nobody has a knife. Nobody has nothing. It's just people fighting. And he pulled out, the officer up in there pulled out his gun in the boarding area. He should be fired. I don't know what went on with that, but he should be fired. Nobody has a weapon that can do anything.
Right. You just went through the damn metal detector.
They have nothing. They just fighting. Why are you pulling out a gun? Pick up something if necessary, hit somebody in the head, but that's really all you need to do. Why is your gun out? So it's stuff like that,
Yep. I guess it's a power trip that they be on.
Mm-hmm. That's why I wouldn't want to be police, because I wouldn't want to hurt anybody, but sometimes you have to. Because I saw another video, the police officer, he was pulled over this guy, white police officer, white person, he pulled over on the side of the road, and on his body cam, the police car had the camera and everything, picking up everything, and he should have pulled out something and knocked that man in the head. He should have. But
justified.
He was standing there talking to him, and the guy who he pulled over overpowered him, got his gun, and killed him down on that ground. So, I mean, killed the police officer. But you didn't see the killing because they was tussling and they fell out of
got off of the camera, right?
Yeah, out of the view of the camera.
I think I heard about that. I was seeing that.
And you think that the guy running his mouth he was doing too much. And then if he pull out his stick and hit him in the head, then people say it's police brutality.
Right.
But that guy should have had his stick. He
should have been his ass whipped. Right.
Yeah, he should have had his ass whipped. So I mean, I don't know. It's a catch-22 with it all, you know.
And case by case also too.
Case by case. Exactly. Case by case. Case by case. So I don't know. I just wouldn't be police because I would be good at that. Somebody acting a fool, I'm gonna run. Do whatever you want to do. I don't care what you do. I'm gonna run away.
Yeah, we just live in a screwed up country, and they don't want to do nothing about all these guns, and the police is going crazy with their guns. I guess it's just dangerous to live in this country.
It is. It's just dangerous. And speaking of it being dangerous, just like this one article, I'm gonna read this. I'm not gonna get into because I'm looking at the time, but this speaks to what we were talking about. How dangerous it's here. I think I sent you that article. Oh, here it is. Okay, yeah, I'm going to read this because this speaks to what you just said, Tyrone. Hold on. Let me put my glasses on. Fewer people are interested in migrating to the U.S. than ever before, and here's why. Andrea Archer, a 32-year-old children's safeguarding specialist based in London, started spending holidays and other vacation time with her father in California when she was 4 years old. She always knew she would move to the U.S. when she grew up. Archer pursued a green card. She was eligible for one, but because her father is an American citizen, in 2012. Barack Obama was president at the time, and Archer felt that a new era was beginning for the U.S. But when Archer received her green card in 2017, the country that once seemed hopeful felt unsafe. The U.S. seemed volatile and politically fraught. She decided that she didn't want to migrate to the States despite her lifelong plan. In 2021, Archer returned her green card. Archer is one of many people whose outlook of the U.S. has changed drastically since 2017, according to a Gallup poll data released Tuesday. Although the U.S. is still the country most people around the world would most like to migrate to, the number of people who want to do so is lower than ever before. The poll surveyed 16% of adults worldwide, or about 900 million people, regarding their desire to move to another country. Globally, people's desire to move reached its highest point in the decade, but interest in moving to the U.S. plummeted. When asked where in the world they would want to migrate, 1 out of 5 potential migrants, or about 18%, named the U.S. as their desired future residence. The new number marked a historic decline that began in 2017, when just 17%, the lowest rate ever recorded, said they wanted to move to the U.S. In previous years, the U.S. had polled at 20 to 24%. Donald Trump's presidency was in full swing in 2017 as one of his first acts as president. Trump signed into law the iteration of the policy that banned travelers from several Muslim-majority countries. Children began being separated from their parents and the southern border that same year under the administration's zero tolerance program. In August 2017, white nationalists and members of the alt-right gathered for a violent rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. Such policies and events likely deterred people from moving to the U.S. and tainted how immigrants around the world saw the country, said Julie Ray, the managing editor of the World News Gallup and one of the authors of the report. It's pretty well documented and chilling effect. They have a graph up here with the people from different places like Canada, Germany, Spain, United Kingdom, Australia, Japan, Italy, and Saudi Arabia, how it dipped. Archer said in 2017, the year she received her green card was also the year she started to reconsider moving to the U.S. It was quite an unsettling time, she said. It felt as though the kind of American dream that we had bought into was kind of slowly crumbling before our eyes. Archer hoped it would pass. As she ping-ponged back and forth between the UK and the US, she kept moving forward with the plan to resettle and was on track to receive her Social Security number. But when George Floyd was murdered by the police in Minneapolis in 2020, Archer officially changed her mind. She no longer wanted to live in the US. Once we had that incident on the world stage, and once we kind of saw the response by President Trump, it just didn't feel safe, she said. The recent political climate is not the only thing deterring some people who previously considered immigrating to the U.S. Anas Al-Masari, a 27-year-old PhD student who decided the U.S. was not for him, born and raised in Palestine. Al-Masari arrived in Washington, D.C. in 2019 to earn a second master's degree from Georgetown University renowned Arab Studies program. He was attracted to the U.S. for its infinite opportunities, she said. However, he said what he found was a workaholic culture, a lack of fulfillment, that the person's value was diminished through their job status. Al-Ansari immediately returned to the UK after completing his degree, even though the U.S. could offer him better career prospects. I was trying to find the balance between finding safety and validation, but also not sacrificing your values as a human being, as a person, beyond your network, beyond your institutional affiliation. Al-Masari said, I thought the U.S. couldn't offer me that. Back in London, Arthur said she doesn't know if she'll give the U.S. another chance. She wants to be optimistic, but she says she's hesitant. But now, the U.S. isn't the country where she sees her future. Not anytime soon, she said. If she would have to go through the process again to obtain another green card. It just felt that it wasn't the country that aligned with some of our core principles and values anymore, she said. The graph that they put up is just different countries and the dip and people wanting to migrate here. Now, if you look down at the border, where you have all these people coming in from South American countries and different other places, you have some Haitians and Africans and different people down at the border. Those people are desperate. They're trying to come to the United States because, I mean, they're living from hand to mouth and like the situations where they're coming from. So I get that why they're trying to come here, because they can work and earn money to take care and to be able to survive with their families. It's a different situation that's going on the border. But I found quite a few articles. These are people that can legal immigration, that could get green cards, like this young man who went to Georgetown and got another master's degree. These types of people that the United States want to come here, because it would add to, if they actually need these types of people to come here. A lot of those types of people are deciding not to immigrate to the United States. It's totally different from those who can come, who can get a green card, who could become United States citizens, legal immigration, as opposed to what we're seeing on the border. That's a different situation down there. And I can't say as though I blame them, because every year it seems to get worse. And then we look at the two political parties, the Democratic Party, who's basically worthless and useless. The Republican Party is going far right, Ku Klux. And then the people here are so divided. COVID made it even worse. Everybody became doctors, scientists, and everything is just a complete mess. The way how this country handled COVID, and a lot of these people that died, even more right-wing, far-right MAGA people died, nearing even after we got the vaccines and the different medicines, the different different medicines that they had to be able to treat it. It was just so much foolishness, and the whole world was looking. They didn't even want the little children to wear masks to schools, the fighting at the school boards, the people acting a complete fool on the plane. That helped us to make this country more polarized. That's what COVID did, because the people were just acting complete fools. Then you have, oh my God, they don't need to even get started on the mass shootings, the school shootings. Racism is just off the chain. One party playing culture wars. They're trying to take everything backwards. They kick Roe v. Wade back to the States. It's just, and the politicians here, it's just out now, just lying like little children And you're sitting back in the day, all politicians, they told some lies. Yes, they did. But now you have Trump and the different ones in the Republican Party, some of the Democrats too. They're just out and out, just in your face lies. And you're like, well, then that's not true. Some of my nieces and them, these little young kids, my godchildren and them, they can say that's a lie. You know, and the politicians just in your face lying. Got Ron DeSantis, who doesn't want African American studies to be taught in schools. You look what's going on down there in Texas with their gun. It's just the state. The states. The United States, America is looking a hot ass mess. So I wouldn't blame these people I wouldn't want to migrate here if I didn't have to. Now, I'm not saying like where they went back to Britain and over there. I'm not saying it's all great, but they had their right-wing side and the different things that they're doing over there, too. A lot of the countries is acting a fool. Imitate, look at Brazil, look at the foolishness they had going on after their last election. They're acting like Trump. And somewhere else that they had a big old foolish mess trying to act like Trump and these MAGA people out here storming the Capitol. It's just, and people are taking note of taking and starting to do some of the worst things that this country has to offer. I can't blame these people. I wouldn't want to come here either, because it looks like the United States is going to hell in a handbasket fast. That's all I got to talk about.
Well, I agree with the article. I agree with everything you just said, and especially when it comes to, pointing the finger at Donald Trump's administration and this country taking a complete left turn from where it was headed. Because these guys, they sanction extremism, and like the one person said, he's worried about his safety, and he should be. Because these police officers that we just noted tonight, they're loose cannons out here. They're just killing civilians for no reason. And I used to say proudly, the United States is the best country in the world. I can't say that no more. Not when like you said, these mass shootings. They just had a couple last week. A 6-year-old goes to school and shoot up the damn teacher. There's all kinds of crazy mess going in here, and the Republicans, I'm just going to point the finger squarely at them and say that they're just ruining this country by not having any standards. George Santos is a freaking transgender dressing lying-ass politician that lied to get into office, and all these lies that happened with January the 6th, and then Rudy Giuliani, the damn the Bill Barr, all these people just lie, and it's blatant, and they don't even care. It's all about money and power, and grocery is going up. The cost of living is going up in this country. The housing sucks. This market, it's just going to shit. And people, I don't know. It's just this cult on the right is actually ruining this country. Yeah, we got Democrats that act crazy too, but these people are leading the charge. And not to mention how they're taking away from rights, or trying to attempt to take away from rights from the citizens, especially when it comes to women's rights and all that kind of stuff. And it's becoming a theocracy, because all of this stuff is based in religion. And we don't need that as a democracy. We don't need to be head up by no Christian ideology or Christian nationalism. Hell, we might as well be Iran then if we're going to be a religious country like that. And these people that's taken over, the Marjorie Taylor Greens and Matt Gaetz, are all they and Donald Trump, even though he ain't no religious person, they go to these meetings that they saying Jesus is wanting these. Carrie Lake is a good example. She always saying Jesus and the God told her to run for office, and these people are following her like blind cult members, saying that God want her in power. These people are nuts. So I don't blame. I understand why the migration came down. And like you said, those people at the southern border, they're leaving their countries because of a reason. But these people that can legitimately contribute to society, they're changing their minds and not wanting to come over here, and I do not blame them. That's all I got. Jay or Miss Lady?
Joshua, where you at?
Joshua, I guess he went to bed.
All right. Well, I'll say that yeah, I agree. To a certain extent, yeah, because I know some people. It also depends. Like I think the key is also class and how you set up here. So if you don't got nothing in your country, there's no opportunity. They're blowing shit up. They running amok over there. Versus going to a bad neighborhood in America is like a paradise versus unless you become a victim. So I would say that a lot of the people that are leaving is because they got heavy violence and street activity going on over there. A lot of those countries too is rebels, and there's urban warfare that's going on that's even deeper than the drug shit. All connected to the drug game, but also that it's militarily, it's political, it's a lot of other shit that's deeper. And again, we have our issues here, but some people that have it way, way worse, the bottom, they're like, listen, I'd rather take that shit, the lesser two evils, if you want to say. But people that have money, right? Again, when Donald Trump, this, that, the other. Listen, a lot of countries didn't come back to America and open up their companies. There's companies that's looking at this shit and they're saying, wait a minute, it's too expensive, it's this, it's that. I'm just going to get out of here. The only ones I think that really are not looking at leaving the country is like big corporations that they have like headquarters here and all over the world. They got different offices and shit like that. So that's the only people or corporations obviously got money, or those owners of corporations. They're the ones that might not be leaving because they don't care what happens. They're going to stay here. But you have a lot of people that are saying, you know what? I don't want to come into the U.S. necessarily. I might want to sell stuff to the U.S., but I don't want to get a headquarters there. It's too expensive. It's too much violence. Things like that. So, again, and then this is what television is portraying, and also what, how they seeing government, how it's working, the corruption. They're saying, wait a minute, why should I go to the U.S. if it's just as corrupt as my country, too? It's like, fuck it. And I'm talking about people that have money. So what I say is that, we're going in the direction of like a Russia, a modern Russia, or I would say a dressed up Russia. And when I say that, I'm just saying that the corruption that's going on behind the scenes, and then the shit that people are seeing, that the ones that are coming here, not that they're not people of quality. I'm just saying that people that's going to bring money into this country, not make money necessarily off of it or be an employee, a person that's going to invest or that's going to, do stuff, get jobs, give jobs. There's going to be some people that are looking at it. I'll just say this. I know people that I speak to in Europe, and they're like, damn, America's so violent. All this shit that's going on. They talk about it all. They don't talk about what's going on in the urban community only, because this is the thing. This is not only happening in the urban community no more. This is happening in your neighborhood mall, your town mall, where everybody's at, where there's white people, all people. Look at what happened in California with the Asian community. And I made a joke, and it was a joke. I said, typically, and I'm not, again, this is a joke, it's a stereotypical joke, but it's not harmful. That typically an Asian person is not going to use a gun. They would use like a samurai sword or something like that. And I'm just saying that could be a joke, but also could be tradition, because technically they have, their choosing of weaponry is a different thing, right? It might be a sword, it is a weapon, but I'm saying, but what did these guys have in common here? They could have been born and raised in China or wherever they from in Asia, but they've been in America enough time where they said when they got angry, they chose to use a gun, and that's an American thing. I like people to sip on that for a minute. I'll leave it there.
Well, yeah, they said that Asian man, one of them people had all kinds of weapons built up in his house, and he was building more weapons. So you're absolutely right. It is a totally American. All this carnage going on with them. Yep.
He said he was
resolving your problem with a gun. Resolving your anger with a gun. Now, he wasn't a white American. Yeah, typically, he's a white American because, and I'm saying again, just to be clear, it's going outside. It's not in the ghetto only. It's not in the projects. Yeah, we got to issue that. What's going on in white America, in the malls, and people that's taking it out on just anybody, going into churches. You got people from different backgrounds, the Jewish community, the Asian community. What again, and so tapping into what you're saying, people are getting turned off. They're saying too much violence, not because of the ghetto shit. They're saying, wait a minute, it's in the ghetto, it's in the suburb, it's the police, it's all this shit, it's the racism. Who's going to be turned on by that? I'm just saying, unless you like that type of shit. I'm just saying.
Everybody acting the fool right now. Everybody who want to get in on it is getting in on acting the fool. It's just, I don't know. It's just like it's going from bad to worse. And then you got the same old people who trying to come back in and just in office. And Trump brought in a lot of crazy when he was elected. So,
Donald Trump did. There's a lot of things that this country already had before Donald Trump, but under his administration, this stuff just got worse and worse and worse and worse. And the politicians got right in line, and they're just as extreme as Donald Trump, and that's what's making it bad. And what's so bad about the left or the Democrats is that they already follow the Republican lead. That's what they do. They already so now that they're being extreme, they can't pull back on none of this stuff. They allow, just like when Donald Trump impeachments, that man should have been impeached. And then even the crimes before he even got into office, he was doing crimes then. They didn't let him have it. So
and then they
and
then they want him to come back for 4 more years. It's crazy.
Oh hell no! And then they give him his Facebook and his Instagram back. Like, what are we doing here? What are we? Listen, I know that this is a free country and people could, tell, if they got gripes like Greg, they can scream. But when you have a platform, think about it. The reason why certain people, the amount of time it takes for you to be able to reach millions of people is almost like a controlled situation, right? Like you can't just, come out one day and say, oh, well, I'm going to, say this message and then put it online and 1 million people are going to see you. Those are controlled institutions. So I'm saying, so now that you guys, you control this fucking shit, you guys control these systems and you're saying, oh, well, freedom and everything, but you don't have no common sense, and then you want to play on certain things, so they ban what you're playing on there, but they're going to let a Trump come on that has more influence than all of us put together, and that has a position, unfortunately, that is powerful. They gave this fool a, but the reality is that he has a reach. And I'm saying, Facebook, like, are you serious? And I would say this, all these social medias are playing a double-edged game with us. They're playing us, and they're helping us. So they help you. They say, oh, we want you to reach and connect with people around the world, which is a good thing. But then there's a lot of other stuff that's going on. And I know there's always a positive and a negative aspect. But I'm saying they're analyzing this, and they're playing on it. They're not, They control what they want when they want to, when it's in their convenience. And that's what I'm saying. Social media is playing dangerous because they know that they have the people, the masses in their hands, and they could pick and choose who, all right, you know what, let's let them back on. Maybe for them, it's like, well, we'll know that we'll get more people to check, you know, on the site. I don't know what it is, but I think that they're playing a double-edged game with the people and with the shit that they're doing with this politics and things. Very dangerous.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, because, I mean, those are some very powerful social media sites, and they influence a lot of people. I remember before Trump, one of the, I think it was Facebook, said it was the reason for one of those wars overseas because people was able to get on that platform and spread misinformation. I forget which one it was.
You see, they helped the uprising. Look at this. They helped the uprising, but they also started an unnecessary fake conflict also, because, and I'm not saying them, but they let misinformation get on their platforms that cause a mass amount of people to go and do stupid shit, and people got hurt and killed from it. So, but at the same time, they did help lead a movement that was for a conscience, positive aspect. So I'm just saying that they're not monitoring their channels the way they need to. They're just like letting everything, like I said, to me, social media is like the Wild Wild West, only when they want to enforce it.
Well, this is a conspiracy, but there's somebody's agenda to disrupt what America is, and they're being successful. I don't know who's doing it, because coming from the politics, coming from the media, and how they're handling all of this illegal shit with Trump, they're just allowing all this misinformation about the COVID, about all of this stuff to just, you know, permeate throughout society, and just pit people. Pit Americans against Americans. Just like Sarge is a good example. Him and ABC, actually. You know, years ago, you could talk to those guys and they weren't nuts. But now, they would come on this phone and say, I want to see y'all dead if y'all supporting the Democrats. What the fuck is that? That is nuts. How they want to see other Americans dead. I've never known it to be like this.
But you know what? The experiment appears, I hope not, but I was talking about this, some friends of mine. The experiment seems to be failing. It's starting to fail. And
you think so?
I was like, yeah. And I'm glad that I'm not 15 or 16.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not sure. I mean, because if the scientist becomes president, it's going to be worse than anything Trump ever did because he's smarter and he has a huge backing. And the misinformation and the foolishness that's sold us take it home. I'm just glad I'm not 15 or 16 years old because I don't know what's going to become of the experiment. Appears to be failing. And I don't know, the other political party, we can't count on them for nothing. So, I don't know. I just don't know what's going to become of the country. I don't know. And then the rest of the world seems to be taking notes from the United States and acting the fool. And I really do. I think the experiment is crumbling. Who all is behind it to make it crumble? This is a good thing we had going. And just like the movie that was on Netflix about Don't Look Up, that was so American. That was so us. And when they said, at the end they were saying, we really had it all. We had a good thing going, and we screwed it up. And that looks like where we're heading. Because I just don't see enough people trying to fight back against it. And I'm just glad I'm not. I'll put it this way. I'm just glad. I'm very happy that because I didn't think we saw too many leaps and bounds since things weren't the best before Trump was elected, when Obama was president. But when Trump became president, we saw the leaps and bounds of how the country is eroding from the inside.
Because he exposed the justice system, Supreme Court justices, lawyers. They just all lied. Rudy Giuliani is supposed to be America's freaking mayor. And then
He
you got
just
Bill
exposed
Barr.
everybody. He exposed
Yeah.
everybody. That's why a lot of people were pissed off. Like they're not gonna support him because other reasons that he's immoral. They're saying that you went too overboard. You exposing our fucking shit the way we do shit, and
Yeah.
you're too loud. That's the only
And
reason.
then-
It wasn't because he's immoral. It's like, no, you immoral like us because we're immoral, but we know how to keep that shit on the down low. We don't act
Yeah,
out
Donald
like
Trump
the way
just
you do.
exposed everybody. The General Flynn, a fucking Army general, the Supreme Court Justice,
And
Jenny
all parts
Thomas.
of the institution. Think about that in different parts because he had people in different positions that were doing shit for him or wasn't doing shit to stop certain things. Think about that
And
in
then
different parts of government.
He ran what was that guy named, the neurosurgeon Ben Carson? He just ran his whole reputation down the drain. He just exposing everybody and showing you that these people are full of shit. All of them. I don't trust none of them. What's up, mama boy?
Eroding.
What up, Tyrone?
It's eroding from the inside out, and it's jumped leaps and bounds since he became president. And I'll say it again. I am so happy that I am not 16. 15, 16, 12, 13, because I don't know what this was going to be. We don't know.
It's confusing. It will be confusing.
I had some type of trust for judges. That was just me. I thought judges, they was up there. Yeah, but I'm looking at these judges.
And they full of shit too.
They just all full of shit. What's up, mama boy?
What's up, Tyrone? You was just talking a minute ago. You had me over here thinking as I was listening to y'all. You know that Title 43 at the border. I found out today. It wasn't today. Well, I think it was this morning. The reason why Title 43 is still going on is because the Biden administration wants to get rid of it, but the Supreme Court was the one that upheld the shit. While they're waiting on the decision of the Supreme Court, they put a stay on keeping Title 43 going. So it makes Biden look bad when you don't know the particulars about it. But there go one of them issues that you're talking about right now, one of them booby traps that Trump said that would still remain there after he's gone. And it makes Biden look fucked up when you don't know the background behind it. Just on the face, it makes Biden look fucked up, like the dickhead that's in charge of the postal service. I mean, by them putting him there, it's gonna take like the atom bomb to get him up out of there.
Yep. Yeah, and they literally tried to fuck up the damn postal service. You're absolutely right, mama. But I mean, the Trump administration exposed a lot of stuff about this damn country. So I don't blame people for not wanting to come over here.
I wouldn't. Not saying that it's great other places, because they got their problems. A lot of places is eroding from the inside out. They have far right groups and stuff, and a lot of these places, those places that I mentioned, I don't know. It's I don't know. It's scary. We thought for Trump would be gone. We knew it was a lot of things, but the Democrats just was weak. No one wanted Biden, but he was the only thing that was on the table. So I don't know. All of y'all, I don't know about state of New York, but all of y'all on the phone, y'all have children, and Tyrone, I think you have grandchildren. I don't know. And like my nieces and my goddaughter, I'm scared for them. I really am. I'm afraid for them. Are they going to have a country like what we had? I'm afraid for them.
Well, the problem with the Democrats is they back got to be pushed to the wall before they do any damn thing. They won't just call it out because they're scared of the right. Well, they ain't scared of the right. They're scared of white America. They scared of that 73%, 76%. They scared of them people not spending money, not spending money on their politics, not spending money on advertising. They scared of losing those people, which makes this country racist because they pandering to those people regardless of the laws. That's exactly why Donald Trump ain't been charged yet, because they scared if they charge this man, white people gonna get angry. That's why they ain't charged him.
Exactly. I agree
And then the
with you.
people that is
They're
the people that is in the same predicament as Donald Trump as far as January the 6th, they go into jail for seditious conspiracy. They go into jail, they get locked up, but they ain't touched Donald Trump yet, which is some bullshit. Who's this on call?
Big J here.
What's up, Big J?
Hey, Big J.
What's going on? I'm doing fine.
What you got, man?
Hey, yeah. Oh, nothing. Are you? I'm just. Have you? Are we talking about Trump or what?
Well, whatever, man. You know how we do. Whatever you heard. Yeah.
You heard your boy, the good doctor, getting sued.
Doctor who?
Umar Johnson.
Oh, is he? No, I ain't heard about that.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. I was gonna get into that file exactly what it was about. Break that down just a little bit.
Fill us in, yeah, sure.
Okay, well, are you talking about me or Lisa?
Well, you.
We're talking about you.
Okay. Yeah. Apparently, Umar opened his mouth so much about Brett Favre and how Brett Favre stole all that money for the people from Mississippi. Well, Brett Favre lawyers sent Umar a letter because Umar was popping off his mouth again. Telling him, giving a cease and desist letter. And I read that cease and desist letter, and Umar got right back on the internet saying, "Yeah, I'm gonna wear what's his name jersey, the guy who used to play on the same team with Brett Favre. Yeah, to the court. I'm ready for a trial." I don't know. I'll let Lisa if she got the.
I don't have the skinny on it because I heard about it, but I didn't get a chance to get into it. And I said, so you know more about it than I do. I just heard that he was thinking or was going to file a lawsuit against Umar Johnson, and I just figured it was because of him running his mouth. But that to me, Big J, don't you think that would be a way to? Umar ain't got no money. I guess he could get him to shut up. That's about the most he'll be able to do.
Yeah.
And just knowing what I know right now, I'm on Umar's side. Because goddamn it, Brett Favre shouldn't be getting away with that.
I agree with that, but Umar,
you know, I do want something to happen to Umar, but I mean, shit, somebody need to expose Brett Favre. Because he just sitting back riding this one out, and ain't nobody holding him accountable.
Let me go ahead and find that. That website. It was Black Sports. It was on Twitter. O'Shea did a video. I've done a video about it, and I did not have the link in my description box. And I think I tagged you into it, Tyrone.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I think I tagged you. Huh? Oh, yeah. So Black Sports Online. Hold on. Let me try to find a. Let me see. Let me back up.
No. Was Umar saying like stuff that was wrong about Brett Favre, or they just don't want him to mention it?
Seemed like though they don't want him to mention it, or because that's all with Umar. Umar been on a tear for the past couple weeks though. So. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think those.
Favre is nervous. Then he's nervous if he's letting somebody on social media cause him to say cease and desist.
Yeah. For him to do all of that because Umar don't have no money.
Right.
Let me see, because I saw some people was talking about it, and I said, let me find out what is this about. But I forgot. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, let me go ahead and find. Let me go ahead and find it because I did have. I did have the article. Wait a minute, hold on. Here is one of the article. Let me put that in the chat room here. Oh, wait a minute, hold on, I messed that up.
Let me read this because this is where I saw it. Let me read this real quick. Brett Favre threatens legal action against Dr. Umar Johnson over welfare scandal. Hold on, what did I do? Here it goes. NFL icon Brett Favre is threatening to take legal action against Umar Johnson if he continues to discuss his welfare scandal. Favre was at the center of an investigation for his link to a Mississippi nonprofit founder, plead guilty to misusing federal funds. It is alleged that Favre, who retired from the NFL in 2010, used his connections to divert funds from the nonprofit to bankroll a new volleyball stadium at his alma mater, the University of Southern Mississippi. Favre, a former Green Bay Packers quarterback, reportedly received $5 million in welfare funds to build a new volleyball gym for his daughter at the university. On April 2022, an investigation by the Mississippi claims Favre pressured Mississippi welfare officials to steer taxpayers' funds to his pet project, one of which he planned to profit from. Favre reportedly repaid the millions, but Dr. Umar continues to call him out about his involvement with the welfare fraud. As Sandra Rose reports, Favre retained a law firm of Kasowitz, Vincent, Torres, which sent a notice to Dr. Umar informing him that they are investigating potential legal claims against you arising from certain public statements you have made about Mr. Favre. The letter warns Dr. Umar to conserve and not destroy, conceal, or alter, or otherwise blight any and all documents and information in your possession. Dr. Umar shared the letter on his Instagram page, which includes a text overlay that reads, "White privilege versus black power. First they came for Kanye, then Kyrie. Now they're coming for King Kong." So, wait a minute. Yeah, that's all this particular article had. Anyway, I'm sure it's more to it than just that article, but that was the article that I saw the other day about it, and I meant to get into it. I saw people did do some videos, but so I'm curious.
But yeah, I mean, I know y'all know I'm not an Umar supporter, but you know, with this one right here, I promise you, Brett Favre shouldn't be sitting down letting this thing ride. He don't want nobody to say anything against it. So I mean,
yeah.
Expose it. Oh, there it goes. I got it on the screen, Big J.
Okay. Yeah, there is the letter itself is on the second link I gave you in the chat room.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay, yeah, there it is. I see it.
Yeah.
Tyrone, hold it right there. Don't move it. I'll read the letter. Don't move the screen. I'm reading it off the screen. Dear Dr. Johnson, we retained by Brett L. Favre to investigate potential legal claims against you arising from certain public statements you have made about Mr. Favre. If you have legal counsel in connection with this matter, please forward this communication to them. In view of this investigation of potential litigation, we hereby demand that you conserve and not destroy, conceal, or alter the otherwise blight any and all documents and information in your possession, custody, or control, regardless of where such documents and information reside, including, without limitation, electronic files and other data generated by and or stored on a computer, storage media, or other electronic devices, emails, voicemails, text messages, tweets, social media posts that refer to relate in any way to any of your public statements about Mr. Favre since May 4th, 2020. Failure to comply with this notice or otherwise to present such documents and information or other relevant evidence may result in our clients seeking sanctions and other relief against you for solution of actual or potential evidence should any litigation arise. Nothing contained in or omitted from this letter is a waiver of any of our clients' rights and remedies, of all which are expressly reserved. Sincerely, and then those people. So I guess they serious.
Yeah, but this is a fundraiser for Umar, so I'm gonna say that up front. But at the same time, Brett Favre, he should be called out. I don't know what Umar Johnson said, but the first article you read, right? If Umar stay within those boundaries about talking about the actual facts, then he should be safe. But if Umar Johnson is asserting something that might not be true, then they might have something to say here. But they can't stop this man from reporting like you just reported about Brett Favre being a damn crook, because that's what the hell he was.
Did you have the finish of Umar's response? Video
is it on this page here?
Hold on. No, hold on. Let me go ahead and find it. Let me go ahead and find it real quick for you.
Yeah, I mean, shit. Y'all know I cannot stand with Umar. If you listening to me, Umar follows it. I can't stand that guy. I can't stand him. But Brett Favre, I hate him even worse. So
let me try to find that video for you, because I find that I thought what Umar said was stupid. He was stupid when he said, and I'm like, dude, you gonna?
Yeah, unless he's talking really reckless, Brett Favre ain't got shit. But if that nigga talking reckless, Tyrone, Brett Favre gonna get his ass.
Umar might get himself in trouble, man, because he don't know how to shut up.
Well, like Umar's already in trouble. Calling the police on Q the other day.
Yeah, so if he start taking it there, and he might get himself in trouble. But if he stay within the lane, he should be all right. But I guess but we know Umar, he probably done took it 12 levels above where it's supposed to be.
I'm trying to find that video. I'm trying to find that video. Like it was like one of the shorts he did, and damn, everybody talking about it now. I'm trying to find that video. Umar Johnson, Brett Favre. I see. Lisa Cabrera is now talking about it now.
He gonna raise some money off of this one now. So y'all go ahead and get your pocketbooks right.
For his defense. For his defense, yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Here it is. I'm gonna put that in the chat room. His response to it is short.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the third link. His response to it. Yeah.
Let me see if I can get it up for y'all. Where are they going? Here you go.
And I'm glad you brought this up, because I had meant to get into this, but I had forgot all about it. I was like, why is Brett Favre? Then my mind went to Umar probably running his mouth, and he's being threatened. But if you say, Tyrone, why is Brett Favre concerning himself with someone like? And I'm not. It's no shade to Umar, but Brett Favre got enough trouble going on that that he's down here digging at people like Umar and stuff like that. But it's no telling what Umar has been saying, and Umar could be really generating a lot more, because a lot of the media is not really discussing this Brett Favre thing like they kind of were, and he's probably
he's trying to keep it up under the rug.
Yeah,
but see, that's the history of white people, Elisa, is that they do the dirt, and then long as they quiet, it'll go away. Donald Trump ain't got that ability, but long as Brett Favre sit down and nobody else start talking about it. Just like that girl that killed her baby in Florida. She killed the hell out of that damn child. She shut the hell up. And ain't nobody else saying nothing about that girl killing her baby, Casey, whatever her name is. But Brett Favre
Casey Anthony.
Yeah.
Anthony.
But Brett Favre trying to do the same thing. just be quiet. Don't say nothing about it. You know, let it pass. And shit, I guess Umar said, "Fuck that." But I'm gonna play this audio right here and let y'all hear what Umar said. Come on. There you go.
As far as the Brett Favre lawsuit go, Brett Favre wants to take me to court. Take me to court, Brett Favre. I'm ready. Somebody let Brett Favre know. Dr. Umar is ready for court. I ain't worried about that. Where y'all want to go to court at? Pennsylvania, Mississippi. The letter came from New Jersey. I'm ready for court. Just let me know when me and Brett Favre have to be in court together. I'm gonna wear my Randall Cunningham jersey. Last jersey Brett Favre wore was the Vikings jersey. Randall Cunningham wore the Vikings jersey and scored the highest quarterback rating in a single season in NFL history, at least up until that time.
Yeah, so I mean, that was the response from Umar.
I hope it work out.
So I do too. I mean, I think Umar's a piece of shit. But I mean, Favre, especially when Mississippi was going through this crisis with the water, and then the governor Phil, whatever his name is, and these people just taking money from them people down there, man. That's kind of jacked up. And then, like y'all said, the mainstream media, they stopped talking about Brett Favre, and that's they protected him. they protecting that guy. What is the rest of my damn comments, Chris?
And then Umar talking about it, he's, keeping it out there, and they probably just want him to shut up. But, I mean, if they know anything, research anything about Umar, he's shady. He's shady himself. He's not going to shut up. He's going to keep running his mouth. That's how he is. So it's probably best. I wouldn't send him no cease and desist, because he's going to put it out there and show everybody like he did. So, I mean, and he just keep running his mouth. It's probably best just to be quiet. Just leave Umar alone. Sometimes it's best not to poke the bear. As he said, they're coming after King Kong. It's just don't poke the bear. We know how Umar is.
Brother Yasser, I got your line open. You there, Yasser? I get you. But
keep it going. Go for it. I hope Umar.
Hello, you hear me?
Go for it. I really don't say. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you're on. No, I just want to say that Brett Favre wasn't the only one. It's funny that Brett Favre probably got the most money out the deal, but the problem was that Marcus Dupree was also involved in that, and there was another former football player who was also involved in that, in that whole welfare thing. I'm not sure how deep Marcus Dupree was involved, but his name did come up, and I thought maybe they might switch it and try to make Marcus Dupree the poster boy because he's the only black guy that's involved. But Marcus Dupree used to play for, I think he played for either Mississippi State or Mississippi State. He was the running back, and I think he was also the Heisman Trophy winner. I think I might be incorrect on that, but I think he was also a Heisman. But Marcus Dupree was also involved in that.
I think he might not have got named on it because Brett Favre dumbass named the damn gym after his ass.
Right. And so Favre, and as far as Dr. Umar is concerned, Dr. Umar, I think the way I look at it, when I heard that Favre was trying to sue him, and when I found out why, I said, really? I said, well, and because Dennis Sperling, he got into it. And basically what they did, they told, within the lawsuit, like someone was reading this a while ago, they were saying that, I forgot the word that he used, that there's a word in law that they use that says, like, if if I say something bad about Tyrone and it's really slanderous, the Tyrone lawyers can come at me with a letter and say you cannot delete or take down what you said about Tyrone. You cannot take it down. Because if you take it down, that sets the precedent for them to say, see, so he's trying to hide what he did that was illegal. You see, so he can't take nothing down that he said about Brett Favre. That has to stay up so they can get that information and use that again. So according to Dennis Sperling, who's a lawyer, he says they're going to sue Dr. Umar. Now, he said whether or not they get anything from him, that's one thing, but they are going to sue him. This is just his interpretation of it because he is a lawyer. He said that they're going to sue him. I guess they're trying to sue him just to keep his mouth shut. But Brett Favre needs to be. He needs to be held accountable. He's trying to use his privilege to, in fact, to evade the situation when he knew it was wrong. But he says that he didn't know that this was from welfare money. That's what he's claiming. He said he didn't know that.
That ain't what the text messages revealed though, because he asked in his text message, was anybody going to find out? I mean, those text messages.
Yeah, exactly. So again, now their lawyers probably got who's coming after him are probably saying, well, we got text messages, Mr. Favre, that you were saying, such and such. So what's the point? You know what I'm saying? But
hey, that shit was incriminating.
Yeah, and this is how they coming after Dr. Umar and making sure that he don't take those videos down. But again, I don't think it's going to hurt Dr. Umar per se. Either way, his financially or whatever, because he don't got no money. So I'm not sure what they're going to tend to what they're going to accomplish with
well,
suing
now
him.
hold on now, because Cardi B sued the hell out of Tasha K, and Tasha K won't roll it like that either. But
yeah, but Tasha K probably got more money than she might have more money than Dr. Umar, but but yeah, but that's how I look at that, man. But it just everybody trying to sue somebody to come up, But Brett Favre was wrong as hell. He should be locked up. If you and I had committed the same thing that Brett Favre did, if me and my boy did the same thing, they would lock both of me and my boy up. It would be no question. They'd come get both of them.
Throw away the goddamn key. I mean, it'd be a done deal.
Yeah. They'd come lock us up. No discussion. Well, my boy was trying to get some money from the welfare because he was opening a boys club center in Dallas. So, like, what? So, but yeah. So
they just sent Sarge to come get me. They'd have brought him out of retirement.
Right. Yeah. So.
Yeah, man. So I hope Umar just. I mean, I know he's not, because he ain't no brakes on that guy. But if he stay within the safe zone and keep exposing Brett Favre, at least somebody's still talking about that crook.
Hey, Tyrone, that's all well and good, but if that nigga got out there and got reckless, nah.
Yeah, and that's why they're telling him that he can't take down. He can't take nothing down. Whatever he said about Brett Favre has to stay up. That's why they're telling him. I forgot the word that they used.
There might be a safe zone. It all depends on what Umar said, right? Because
right. That's my point. That's the whole point I'm making right there.
Because Brett Favre is a public figure, and there's a lot of leniency on how you can criticize public figures in public. So I don't know what all Umar said, but shit, I don't know. But I hope that Brett Favre. I hope maybe this will shed more light on the fact that Brett Favre stole that damn welfare money, and people start talking about that.
I know one thing he's gonna do. Is and Dr. Umar gonna take full advantage of it. It's gonna put that nigga up on a big stage for about 5 minutes.
Oh yeah. Dr. Umar already got this figured out. That's why he was sitting on that video. I'm gonna wear this jersey, because he know people gonna start sharing that video, and he's gonna have some more followers, some more ad money, some more donations.
Yeah. Now, and my question would be, and you know, did he bring it up to shed light, or what we talking about?
Well, yeah, I don't. Ain't no telling now. Yeah, that's you know.
Well,
that's Umar. You know.
Well,
Maybe a little above Tyrone. Is that what you saying?
Yeah, you know, well, the way I see it, he always grifted, so it could be.
Yeah,
You know?
there you go. It's hard for me to get that Umar out of my head, despite whatever the fuck happens to him. It's hard for me to not think of a grifting ass nigga.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think, like I said, I think I'm more inclined to say it's to shed light more than anything. I think what Dr. Umar is probably saying now, if he was a black Brett Favre, they'd locked his ass up. It would have been, they wouldn't have let it go. And I think that's where he's coming. So he's saying, I keep it out there because I know what they're trying to do. And on that side of it, I can get with that. Like, okay, yeah, because he's most definitely they most definitely trying to sweep it under the rug. They try to sweep it under the rug so bad.
I definitely reserve my full judgment until I done heard what the hell he said. But I'm just not forgiving.
I mean,
I'm just not.
But the point is that, but Mama, the point would be, what else could Dr. Umar say? The only thing he could say is, Brett Favre, you're a fraud. You did that.
I get that, Joshua. But just you saying that, and nigga go and listen, and Dr. Umar done said some shit way out of bounds, and you can't think of right now a way for this nigga to go out of bounds. But I go watch the video, and this nigga demonstrate how to go out of bounds. You know, you see what I'm saying? So before I see it, I'm gonna reserve my shit, because niggas are doing, bro. I'm sorry, I done seen enough of niggas do some stupid shit, bro.
That's true.
I mean, damn, we got. Look at what comes through TRS.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And we've seen Umar do some stuff.
Yeah, we've seen him do some stupid shit.
We've seen it. So we just have to see her.
I gotta wait a second. I'm gonna still. I give it. You know, look, I don't rock with that nigga. Period. But
yeah,
I still reserve, you know, that spot for him if this is some legitimate against Umar shit. You know. Yeah, because fuck Brett Favre, he a piece of Brett Favre, a rapist. Remember, he was sending dick pics to some chick.
Yeah. He got away with that. Yeah, exactly.
You know, Brett Favre got some issues. Allegedly. Brett Favre allegedly got some issues. But I'm just saying, you know, but if see, my whole thing is, I guess it's a couple of things, but one thing I wanted to bring up is your past. It precedes you. It get there long before you get there. And Umar got some past, and probably got some presence we don't know about. So I'd rather sit back and watch and see what the fuck. I definitely want to know what he said. I kind of want to know the context and everything. So, because if Umar just said some facts and this nigga just mad about it, fuck that nigga. Fuck Brett Favre. Just deal with your fuck up. You know, we all got to deal with our fuck ups. Just deal with it.
I agree.
But if Umar
trying to enjoy Brett Favre trying to enjoy his white privilege, and he know that he stole that money. Everybody know he stole that money. Hell, when the story came out, you could see that Brett Favre stole that money, or you know, the governor.
You see, he immediately gave that money back as soon as that shit hit the damn wire.
Because he knew he was wrong. And if Umar's just talking about that, then he's right to do so.
But we know how Umar his mouth and how he get down.
Yeah, so that's why I gotta wait a second.
Yeah, but you also have to understand that part of the problem is it comes off the heels of what happened between him and Cuba that earlier, last week. The whole calling police on Cuba. If you open that black school in New York, it allegedly Umar called the police on Q Butter. So I don't
for what though.
I don't know that one was like I was like what the hell is going on between them two, right? And I'm scratching my head like Q Butter's on YouTube. You see him on YouTube. You see he hang around with Renee and Psychopathias, right? So I'm just like, okay, why you call the police on Q Butter then? And Q Butter put out a video a couple of days ago, last week, talking about, yeah, they called the police on me. Every talking about Umar did. So I just like, is Umar trying to use the Brett Favre to cover up his tracks? On trying to take the heat off of him? Are you using Brett Favre?
Umar is 100% full of shit. That's a fact. So there ain't no telling Big J. He might be trying to cover up some shit.
Yeah, definitely.
Who's this unknown caller here?
This is a spokesman for the FDMG, Frederick Douglass Army Academy. I'm not gonna allow y'all to speak negatively on an all-black institution. Okay? That's why we ain't got nothing now.
Oh Lord, boy, you crazy. You the ancestor of Frederick Douglass. You Frederick Douglass ancestor.
Oh. I ain't heard that voice in months.
Pan-Africanism. Y'all gotta get it together, man. We ain't got too many.
I ain't heard your voice in months, man.
Man, we gotta support our royalty, man. You know what I'm saying? That's the prince.
Hey, look here, man. If the nigga call the police on himself, man, what can I do about that? So if Umar got out there, and started throwing spit around and shit he wasn't supposed to be saying, then I think he need to just do like Brett Favre got to do. Take your lump, take your L.
Yeah. If he wrong, he need to carry his ass to jail too or whatever, get punished. I ain't gonna, but I really wish that somebody need to hold Brett Favre accountable for what he did.
I agree with that.
Man, ain't no way Brett Favre need to get away with that bullshit. But like you said, if he could keep that shit down, allegedly, he could get away with it.
Yeah, so people will start talking about it. See, Donald Trump ain't got that ability. Donald Trump don't know how to shut the fuck up. They tried to give Donald Trump chance after chance. At that first impeachment, they wanted to shut the hell up. They wanted to shut up at the last impeachment. They wanted to shut the hell up after he got out of the office because they knew that man stole that shit. But he won't shut the fuck up. But if you usually shut up, this shit usually go away, But Brett Favre was trying to sit back and, just let it chill out. And Umar Johnson ain't about to have that.
Hey, you hear about that? That sister in Georgia used the word imminent to a judge. So.
Fannie Willis?
Yeah, something may be coming down the pipe by the end of March or so. You know what I'm saying?
But those are criminal charges down there. I mean, we've seen all the evidence. That dude made the phone call. We listened to it. Find me these votes, If somebody don't get no charges,
she used the word defendants as a plural.
Because they broke the law. I mean, Giuliani broke the law. Lindsey Graham. All the people broke the law.
Bring that nigga up. Allegedly.
But see, here's my thing, man, is that Georgia. This is why I say that white America protect these white men. because Georgia is not the only state that they did this in. So why is Georgia the only one bringing these people to court? And that's just bullshit. They broke.
Hey, hey Tyrone, you remember when Donald Trump asked them two dudes out of what, Pennsylvania? Wasn't that Pennsylvania or was it Wisconsin? He asked them out of one to come to the White House. After, you know what I'm saying? Because he was trying to influence them to switch their, as they load the delegates, put delegates for him in there. He wanted them to vote no to the delegates that they wanted to put in. And he invited them to the White House. They had to turn his ass down. Or it would have looked awful for them. Right in the middle of counting votes, they go up to the White House and then go back home and say no. Ain't not finna do that.
Hey, let me ask you a question. So, what do y'all think of this thing with Aretha Franklin song? They're trying to get it banned. Her song, "Natural Woman." So what do y'all think about that?
No, they came out. They came out and said that was satire.
That was
but when I first heard it, yeah, when I first heard it, I said these people need to go somewhere now. Because that ain't right.
Right. That was crazy. I said, really? I said, y'all got too much time on your hands.
Speaking of that, I told you that I had an issue with the Florida AP Black History being banned. And what I was going to say before I thought about it, I would have said it earlier, is that I hate the fact that they got that, queer stuff attached to Black history.
Yeah, that was weird, yeah.
But at the same time, because I'm fair, maybe that curriculum is okay to be taught. But they should talk, I think they should separate it or whatever, but at the same time you got queer Black people. So, I don't know. So I'm kind of torn with that one, but other than that, he's a racist for blocking that Black AP class down there in Florida.
Yeah.
I don't know why they got to tie that queer to everything Black. Why can't it just be, that ain't right.
Yeah, but Tyrone, do you think it's Black people pushing to add that shit to the curriculum?
Well, it's a Black AP course, so.
I think it's some scholars and stuff that's putting together the course. I think some of them are adding that, to the curriculum, but it just seems like all of the rest of the teaching, you have like the Jewish community, Japanese American, there's a whole host of different things. But when it comes to the Black curriculum, the AP course, they do. I think it's some they are adding. I don't know. I don't know if it's just the Black one that has the queer community and things added to the course. I don't know. I would have to check the rest of them, so I can't say. But I do think it's us. Some of us is adding that to it. And like Tyrone said, there are Black queer people, so maybe it should be added to it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering if the other courses have it added because they have queer community as well. Every community does. So I don't know. It just seems like a lot is added to. I don't know. I'm not gonna say that because somebody gonna get me upset. So I don't know. I'm on the fence a little bit.
But see, when it comes to those decisions, right, and who's in the room, and that's kind of like, it's kind of like when we bring up when people bring up the 94 crime bill, Joe Biden, right? There was a lot of Black folks that were pushing for that bill too.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
The Black church was championing that. The Black church.
Yeah, right. because there was. We got to be fair about this. There was a lot of Black people breaking laws back in that day too. Now there was a lot of crime going on.
Right. So that's why I'm trying to like say, Joe Biden was getting attacked, for he locked up all these Black men and locked up all this. And it's like, man, grandmas was getting mugged and shit back in the 90s. It was ridiculous. In the 90s, there was a lot of nonsense going on. So, I mean, We can't be, attacking Joe Biden like he put that shit together himself. He don't live in the hood. People from the hood came from out of the hood to go tell.
Yeah, I wish those people. Yeah, I wish those people who doing the criticizing would actually watch the congressional hearings, and all you see was black faces. What's up in the credit? Yeah. Hey man, Joe, man, we need you to pass this bill, Joe. And Joe was the chairman of the Judiciary Committee back then. All you saw was black faces up on the thing telling, hey, y'all need to pass this bill. Y'all need to pass this bill. So you really can't. Like you can't blame. Like listen, you can't blame. I know I'm about to say something that's gonna be based on Christianity. You can't blame Caesar for putting Jesus on the cross. You know what I'm saying? You gotta blame the people who told Caesar to do it.
Exactly, you do. And a lot of the neighborhoods during that time, a lot of our neighborhoods, I wasn't living in those, but a lot of them, the crime was off the chain. We were still coming down off the crack era, different other things that were going on. There was a lot of crime. Gang violence was off the chain. And the people who had
Can I add a little
they were
context?
asking for help. Go ahead.
Can I add just a little context, sister?
Yeah, go ahead.
With all that you said, and you also have to remember that the suburbs has started to experience something that they had never experienced before, the drive-by.
Exactly. Yeah.
How about the mall shootings in the suburbs?
Man.
And children out playing, and they
getting shot, kids getting shot. Folks start wanting.
Spray the playground. They just spray up the playground just because they're trying to get this dude over here. We had a lot of that going on.
You in the hood looking for somebody that don't got shit or messing with people, and meanwhile they shooting some shit up in a nice area because you think they ain't gonna be violent or they ain't gonna be shit happening there.
And we really have to, man. Even based with that, man, we really have to discuss like how crack really
fucked up everything.
A lot of fucking communities, man. God damn, man. I mean, it took a generation. A generation of men that was born in like the 60s and shit, the 50s and 60s. Man, it took them out the game. A lot of them. Because when that crack was really going strong in like the mid to late 80s, man, niggas was falling down. Strong niggas was falling.
A lot of women were addicts, selling their bodies. And then you had a lot of little children out here who didn't have any parents really raising them. I mean, they said crack did a number on our community. It did a number. It really did. And that ain't no joke.
Right. And a lot of our issues stem from that because everybody, if you got a family member that was on it, then you got a story of them selling your granddaddy something, stealing from somebody's, doing something fucking crazy.
Man, can I spit some real shit to you, OC?
Yeah.
Nigga, it's 2023 and you still experiencing that shit. Except now it's something different.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't crack now, it's meth. It's an opioid. It's heroin. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah.
Percocet.
Molly Percocet. Hey, did somebody try to hand Young Thug a Percocet in the court?
Yeah, they sure did.
That's the thing.
On the sneak.
That's nigga shit. That's nigga shit for you. That's ultimate nigga shit.
But I mean, listen, there's people that know how to do shit. He was like, it's like he wanted to get caught. It's almost like, listen, I'm gonna get caught with this one. That was stupid. Damn, bro, come on.
But I think that dude already had he was already finna do life or something, right?
Yeah, his shit is rap. He like, fuck it. Like, why? Yo, this shit is on live camera. There's mad police.
Yeah, why not?
Like, for free.
Who y'all talking about?
That one. Young Thug in court.
Oh,
one of his codees trying to hand him a Percocet or something.
maybe
in the
he
court.
was on a
open lines.
Percocet.
Thank you, Ms. Elisa. Everybody line, y'all open.
Thank you.
Q&A session is over. All participants are muted.
Oh shit! Did I say muted? Oh Lord, what did I do? Oh, I got it on lecture.
All participants are unmuted.
Okay, there you go. I'm sorry. Y'all still there? Yeah, we still here.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. You're on.
Yeah, that was foolish, man. I mean, there was no. Damn. There was no effort in that shit.
But they found out it was actually drugs he was trying to handle.
Yeah.
I mean, the judge addressed that shit. He said it was not the first time. That judge is really, really cool and calm, and you can see he doesn't really take shit in, personal, or he doesn't like have an attitude. I mean, at least the way he's portraying himself, he's trying to be as fair as possible. I mean, the way he speaks about the case, I mean, it's like, he's not trying to, you don't see that he's trying to be a mean judge. Even when he talked about the judge, he said, listen, this is the second time, that this is the second time they find, people trying to bring drugs in. He said, if you do get caught, you're going to go to jail. Like, he's not trying to be an asshole. He's just saying what's going to happen,
Okay, now you confuse me because the judge said if you get caught. So why are y'all saying that they did it?
They did it.
No, he's saying for future reference. He's saying there's already been 2 incidents. He was addressing there was 2 incidents that they caught. And he says, so he was given a warning. He was like, if you do get caught, you're going to jail. You're going to be processed and everything. He says, for those that don't know, like, that is contraband, that is illegal, But
so
again, he's not a mean judge.
Why do they feel so comfortable in that environment that they can bring drugs in there? What's going on in that courtroom?
Maybe he was on Percocets, I think.
That's crazy.
Nah, the dude that handed it to him, I think the dude that handed it to him, they was bringing him from jail to testify. Or something crazy. Something weird is going on.
Yeah, there you
go. Bro, I don't care what you talking about. Courtroom, trying to do anything in a motherfucking courtroom. It's suicide, man, because cameras everywhere in the damn courtroom. Plus everybody watching you.
Plus the police they're watching you.
Bro, you guarantee anybody that they don't see in that courtroom when court ain't in session, they looking at.
Right.
Because that's their job.
Right.
They don't know what's gonna happen. So they watching everybody. So if you passing something, saying something, they see it. They recording it. Even if they miss it, you know what they gonna do? They're gonna go get a tape.
You move your hand or wave high.
They're gonna go look at a tape, and then they're gonna show up at your front door. Yeah, they're gonna show up at your front door. We got some charges for you doing some shit in the courthouse, so you can go on and get in this damn car.
Right.
I mean, that's some dumb shit, bro. That's just dumb shit. That's dumb shit. We definitely, and I guess I'm sounding crazy, but if we're supposed to be intelligent people, we definitely can't be doing shit like that.
Well, it sounds like to me because he got money, he was able to get away with it a time or two again. Otherwise, we'd be talking about him being on trial for that, right? Or going to court for it or something.
Well, look, if she goes to him, you know, I hate to say it, but if she's going after his side, his situation, because of success, but if he did what, you know, whatever the hell's going on in that situation, you know, unfortunately is what it is. But that same prosecutor is going after Donald Trump, and I hope that she puts that same energy in Donald Trump as she puts in the Young Thug case. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, look,
you know,
I want to just point out one part of the issue that makes one part of the issue that just tells you is stupid. Because if you get caught, not only do you have one person that's going to be charged, but it's going to be two, the person passing
receiving it. Yeah, passing or receiving. Yeah, and that's smuggling.
No, I think Young Thug, he'll get off that one. I think he'll get off on that one.
He'll claim that he don't know. His lawyer claimed that he don't know what he was passing him, right?
But will the other one get away with it is the question.
Right.
Nah. But I think, yeah, Homeboy in trouble, man.
You know, he done, yeah. You already know. So that's just dumb. That's just dumb, man. That's like, you know.
Man, that's all of it's dumb, man. You know what I'm saying? We continue having conversations. Right now, we're talking about a motherfucker that had millions of dollars, man.
Right, I fucked it up. Doing dumb
he's
shit.
Sitting in court. Sitting in court now. Have millions of dollars. Now he's sitting in court. All of it's dumb. And you know what? You know what keeps popping up on my YouTube feed? That show with him and Wallow on $1 million worth of game. When Wallow was telling them motherfuckers, when Wallow was telling them motherfuckers, I spent 25 years, you know, in jail, and letting y'all niggas know, all the gangster shit disappears once them fucking gates close on your ass.
Yes, they do.
Right.
So you know.
But do y'all ask something? Let me ask you something before I go. Do y'all think Young Thug did some of that stuff that they're saying that he did? Not all of it. I mean, they always want to.
I think he did all of it. I think he did all of it. Yeah.
Well, see, now I'm out of the loophole. I have no idea what Young Thug is being charged for or anything, but
all kinds of stuff. I don't even know all what he's being charged for. But you know, sometimes
it's all based around drugs.
They have to pile on when you go to court. But
they hitting them with the RICO, I think.
Yeah.
So he about to get 40 years or some shit.
Really?
Yeah, they about to get him some time.
He gonna get some time, but I don't know enough about him to know whether or not, you know, he probably did some stuff, but y'all know when it comes to the RICO charges, they do the pile on. They pile on a whole bunch of stuff. But if
they got racketeering, racketeering, all kinds of shit, gang activity.
Here's the thing, like one thing I think it was Wack 100 that was saying that they were not like the mafia in the way of that the mafia wasn't paying taxes. Like it is no reason with him having a legitimate company if what's alleged is true. It's like how when you were generating legitimate millions of dollars through shows and products, mostly probably through shows, appearances. Yeah, he's getting streams and downloads, but you were making money, millions that even, I mean, yeah, maybe obviously there's drug dealers that make money like that, but he's making money where he didn't have to worry about just pay your taxes, because he was paying taxes, but he was taking that money allegedly and putting it into drug money and doing fucked up shit. So now they're going to use that company that was legitimate and they're going to try to seize all that money. or they obviously now have tagged it and stamped it as a organization, like a gang organization. Him mixing the two fucked up his own situation. Like, he should have never done that, because he had actually legitimate money that right now he probably gonna have to fight for every dollar, proving that it was earned through the music and it wasn't used, recycled into drug activity or gun or whatever activity.
Hey man, you know, I'm thinking here with you talking, and I don't know Young Thug's situation, but I'm just thinking that, you know, it's very possible that, you know, some niggas that got money get into the music business. They don't have to. They've been selling drugs for 15, 20 years, and they bring their own money to the game, so to speak. And so, you know, it's kind of, I get what you're saying, but I'm telling you, it's like that. What's that saying? You know, you could take, I'll use my favorite. You may take a trailer trash ass motherfucker out of the trailer park and put his ass in Beverly Hills, but he's still fucking trailer trash. So you use that in the term of dealing drugs and getting success, so-called success. That might not be the thing. Once a drug dealer, always a drug dealer, you know?
Well, I think, isn't the puzzle backwards, though? I'm sorry, go ahead, Elisa. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, but this other hip-hop artist, I'm not going to say no name, that's married to one of the top pop artists right now, this particular person, that's how they got their company off the ground, from running drugs up and down 95 corridors from New York to D.C. That's how they was able to fund their stuff. But this person turned legitimate. So a lot of them did come from the streets, and so he was able to turn his legitimate and get out of it.
Yeah, some do and some don't, sis. Some still.
Gonna go.
And then you also have like, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna say this and go. But you also have like the Nate Newton case, where you have success and just do something fucking stupid. You know, you got all of this success over here, but you want to go try to sell, you know, a couple of pounds of damn weed. You know, and fuck your whole life up. You got to start all over. Nate Newton is still, he is success now. He came back from it, but he always bailed about the fact that it was stupid of him to do that. He had all of that to the left, and he just knee-jerkly did some right shit. You know, we have to talk ourselves out of the window sometimes. It don't sound like Young Thug did.
Well, that's what I was going to say, like going into backwards, you know, the hustle was, you know, if they, you know, fortunately or fortunately, you know, in terms of, you know, how they got to wherever they got to, most that did the thing in the past, you know, doing illegal activity, mostly selling drugs, but then take that money and legitimize it, like she was just saying.
Yeah, I done seen that a lot.
It's about, I think, transitioning and evolving. And again, unfortunately, you know, illegal activity, but there's a lot of activity that's done even in the corporate world. They do. So let's acknowledge that happens. But what I'm saying is that the transitioning, and some people I don't think got the mental training or the advisory, you know, the right people around them, or, you know, themselves making a change and transition at times to saying, you know what, I can't mix the two. I'm at a position now that I'm making a lot of money and I don't need to be around none of that shit at all. Yeah, it doesn't mean that I cut off my people and connections. If I can't give them a job or a better situation, then I'll work, you know, how I deal and around certain situations. I keep myself away from that shit because I can't afford to get myself in trouble because I'm making so much money or whatever. And I think that sometimes a lot of people...
I think it is a binary choice, Jay New York. I think it is a binary choice. I think it's a little more binary than what you're saying. I actually think if you're gonna reach for that success card and that pay your bills, you're gonna have to shut all that shit off and disassociate yourself from that and go from there. And a lot, that's a heavy choice, bro. And it's hard. You
It's a
asking a
mental
human
shit
being.
that fuck with the head of people.
Yeah, that's some heavy shit, bro. So, being taught how to deal with success is not something high in the black community.
Right.
It
And it's
could
really,
be,
I mean,
it could be
it's
higher.
perfectly said.
Let me say it like that. It could be higher.
Right. No, and that's what I said. Like, look, give an example. Jay-Z. Look at his background. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's success stories that these guys, they're not stupid dudes. They're not, that's what I'm saying. Like, this shit that people think,
Of course not. Niggas selling dope. You ain't stupid.
They know how to count. They know they're even chemists in certain ways, even though, if you would say it's illegal. But I'm just saying that these people, they're using their brain. Even when you say, well, they lazy, even again, not to excuse it or not excuse it. The point is, look, you gotta get up and hustle.
It got nothing to do with no lazy shit.
You gotta go outside and get your money.
I don't believe some of them niggas drug stories, niggas. So. You know what I'm saying? That's just me.
Yeah, but what about the Young Thug? Go back to Young Thug. Do you believe that story?
See, them niggas was thugging before.
I'm a little old. I'm like,
when I look at Young Thug, you look at niggas that got married to the streets, I think, before they got money. Right. Some niggas love the streets, and the streets is just where they gonna be regardless of having money or not.
That's it.
There's some getting money niggas still in the streets.
Can't get it out of them.
But the whole difference is getting money niggas usually don't want to be seen. And we just in that era now where niggas want to be seen. They think that they untouchable. They think they untouchable.
Well, niggas is on some other shit then because that's impossible.
Right. So, and lights, camera, action, right? That attracts that attention that you want, but it also attracts the attention that you don't want. Because now you in the spotlight, and there's a lot of shit that's being. And if you deal in that world again,
brothers, the minute you go public in any context, okay, you gotta have the front, the back, the sides, everything gotta be tightened up at that point. You can't have no mistakes.
No mistakes.
Right?
Listen, y'all. Listen, we old enough that we seen it already. A lot of these shits is stories, right? If we weren't able to see all of this shit with Young Thug live and get all the information how we getting it, there's no telling how this story could have been packaged up
and made it to your neighborhood, right?
For example, we all really thought, the niggas really thought Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg, them was real gangsters.
We're out from the street, yeah.
Because back then, it wasn't, you weren't able to get to them niggas real,
you had to be reading, so easily. You'd have to be reading some shit to find out about them niggas. You really would. You would have to be.
Nobody knew that nigga's name was Calvin, nigga.
Calvin Brodus. I learned that nigga name was Calvin Brodus when he went on trial for shooting that nigga. That's when I learned his name was Calvin Brodus.
And that's what I'm saying, man. But nowadays, everybody, it's lights, camera, action for everything.
And see, you gotta also think like
told not to do it. Remember, watch what you put on the internet.
Right.
What you say, Big OC? Some of these niggas' stories be having holes in them and shit. Okay.
What they don't tell you is how they was crying on the way to the precinct.
Right.
How they shit on themselves. How they pissed on themselves. They don't tell that shit. They're leaving that shit out. That's what the part. That's why I don't believe that shit. It sounds too glorious. You're leaving shit out. If a nigga been through it before, then you know your knees were shaking on the way.
I remember Dub C made a jam called Superstar. Yeah. That's what we talking about right now. The nigga college student, but got to get some war wounds, so go do some kind of crime to get arrested so they can sell some records.
Well, that's another thing too. You have that whole thing. People that want to, right, live. You know, they're not from that lifestyle, but want to be in it. You know, it's like over exceeded, and then you have people that's living that or lives that want to leave it, and then you got some people that don't want to leave it. They're from that shit. Like you said, it's just like it's part of their DNA in the sense of mindset. You know, it's just part of them.
Like I've had some acquaintances in my life that's all they were, and no matter how much success they had, like in a legal way, they was just gutted to the core. It's like, you know what I'm saying, and that usually be what took them out.
Right,
when you don't hear from them no more. Yeah,
right.
The fact that they couldn't stay off the block.
Right. Yeah. No, and another thing is when you start going into those different worlds, avenues of money, you got to know, you know, now you're having conversations with different people. You got to have a mind state to be able to deal with that, want to deal with that. You know, a mindset where you're like, nah, I don't want to be on a block. I'm trying to make deals with these people. I'm trying to get myself to elevate, you know, and you have to have a mind. Some people who don't want to do that. They just want to, fuck it, you know, I don't care about all that shit. They don't even care about all that shit. I'm just, yeah, you know, they like it, but they don't care about it. Like, it's weird. It's weird.
Man, our celebrities are fucking up, man. All they trying to do is let us see they spending money, man. And ultimately,
like that's
I think it started with OJ, dog. I think it really went down with OJ. Okay, listen. Hear me out. Hear me out. I know you think I'm crazy.
Yeah. No, I want to hear this. I want to hear this guy.
Man, OJ displayed, I mean, like, the most unconscious of dumb shit that you've ever seen. He actually goes to get his shit with some niggas. He don't send nobody to go get it. This nigga actually go.
He's copping. You say he's going himself.
I mean, he done got away. He done got away with the trial of his fucking life, and this nigga is actually going to the motherfucking deal. Really?
Yeah.
Come on, man. And niggas been stupid ever since.
Yeah, that's a good point. That was some dumb shit, though. That was.
And he could have sent anybody, nigga. He could have sent the dog motherfucking city.
He got away with some shit, and then you get caught up somewhere
I bet you OJ could have called Kato Kalin, and he would have went for
got that shit. Yeah, he said just make sure that you would
leave an 8-ball by the door. Talking no more, right? They wasn't talking no more, but OJ went himself, and that's what got him in trouble.
Then he told his man to bring the gun, and then him telling him that.
Shit, that was the dude who testified against him.
Yeah,
that was the dude.
His man said, yeah, he told me to bring the gun.
Man, what the hell you even doing there?
He got way less time than OJ, and he had the gun.
Why you there?
Usually, you the one that you get. You know, usually if you say, well, I don't care. Usually the prosecution, they'll say, well, that doesn't mean that you were responsible for you bringing the gun. Just because OJ told you to bring the gun doesn't mean that you have to bring the gun, so you're going to deal with that. But they switched it up. They was like, oh, OJ told you to bring the gun, we're going to put that shit on OJ. And OJ paid more than everybody.
It don't. I know somebody at some point in this man's life got along with him and said, Orenthal, what the fuck was you doing?
Because he's reckless.
What the fuck was you doing there? Who talked you into going there with them niggas? Who talk? What the fuck happened to you, nigga?
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was crazy. And niggas been committing dumbass crimes ever since, man.
stupid crimes and getting caught.
Well, I don't see how you a public figure and you think you're gonna be still involved in crime and not get caught. And there's no.
Come on, you gotta walk that path. It's just to the degree,
that shit might have worked in the 80s, some in the 90s,
different world.
but after the hip hop police, after the hip hop police, you ain't got a shot, bro. They got a whole division built on watching y'all niggas. Yeah.
No, and I'm gonna say, look, there's people, as an example, I think the sister said, look, there's people that have legitimately bought businesses and they're doing very well. It's just the investment that you do. You have to be careful and do your research so it could be successful. You know, there's work, there's opportunity there. If you got a little money and you invest in the right place, you will make money like if it was selling drugs.
Man, that didn't in both worlds. I thought Mike Vick taught everybody that you can't diddle in both worlds. I mean, they put
even if he's not directly, like even if you got your mans doing shit,
you can't diddle in both worlds. They watching you.
You can, because he's the big name. Yeah, like they didn't care about his boys too. That was another thing. I was like, yeah, he might have been involved. Probably said, yo, do your thing.
Didn't somebody testify against him?
I think so.
I could be misremembering, but
yeah, you gotta move different, man. When you in that space, man, that's one thing. Like, you know, you got to. There's no mixing the two. You're not gonna get away with just because you see some white people getting away with it doesn't mean you're gonna get away with it. And another thing is that not all of them get away with it too. So,
man,
no, I think Young Thug is probably fucked, man. It ain't like he got famous and then became a member of the streets. He was already in the streets and then he got famous.
Yeah.
So if Fannie Willis can tie this RICO charge up with racketeering, then his business and whatever he made during this whole time is gonna be tied up into the RICO bullshit.
It's gonna get took.
The only way he can get out of this is plead to a lesser charge, which I don't think they're gonna do, or get found not guilty of this RICO and shit. So I don't know. Let's got the history of crime.
It doesn't look good.
Hey, Tyrone, once they start putting that alphabet on your charges, I mean, they trying to put you in there for 30, 40 years, man.
Look, what sealed the deal to me at least is the guy Gutter saying that he acknowledges that YSL is a gang, and he even went out of his way to say, well, you know, we need to stop as a gang and all this stupid shit. I'll say this, look, that group could have been easily a business and a gang, and all he had to say, look, I don't know about what's business dealing. I'm doing whatever I'm doing. Whatever they doing is what they doing. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm actually dealing with them as I'm an artist. I'm signed to a label, and it's a legitimate label. Anything outside of that, I don't know what the fuck you doing.
Jay, it's always been there within our celebrities, man. The way we operate, our culture, I think the negative element infiltrates
always there.
Our celebrities easier. Especially if it's somebody who already came from the streets. When that element's involved, then the streets is gonna be around. You know what I'm saying? There's no way for it not to. That's if the street niggas on their street code say, yeah, when I get something, I need to go back, you know, to where I came from, bring my niggas with me. It works and then it doesn't work.
Right? You can't bring everybody.
But that's always our situation.
Right.
We bring the people with us. And you know,
brings that
along the
bullshit
way,
with you.
We try to find them the skills, but they done slapped up an engineer. They done slapped up. You know what I'm saying? They done
right.
You know what I'm saying?
They don't know how to act.
Gonna come with it. All that.
That's why I was saying before. You just have to make a clean break and start all over with a whole different cast that's on the level or going in the direction that you going in. You know, so like
I think that's what it is.
But Mama's boy, Drake said no new friends.
No, you don't have to have new friends. You just have to have niggas on payroll.
Nah.
Well, this guy's got a lot of shit going on. I mean, he did a busy lot of shit. It said rapper Gunna was booked in Atlanta jail on Wednesday on racketeering charges after he was indicted along with fellow rapper Young Thug and more than 24 other people for conspiracy to violate racketeering and influence in corrupt organization. The 88-page indictment filed on Monday in Fulton County Superior Court accuses Gunna, 28, whose given name is Sergio Kitchens, of violating Georgia's anti-racketeering laws. Young Thug, 30, whose real name is Jeffrey Lamar Williams, is accused of co-founding a violent street gang named Young Slime Life, commonly known as YSL, that committed multiple murders, shootings, carjackings, and for roughly a decade. YSL affiliate is the National Blood Gang. So I mean, they've been doing some shit for a little bit, and I'm pretty sure they got eyes on them, or they had eyes on them.
Well, from just what you read, sound like a Fed report.
Right. It sounds like somebody been embedded in their camp with them. Somebody been in their camp with them. And they say for 10 years, they done have somebody for 10 years snitching.
Yeah, you right about that, Big O.T. It said Monday's indictment named 26 other defendants outside of Young Thug and Gunna and includes a wide range of a list of 181 acts of prosecutors that say were committed in the beginning of 2013.
Oh, my goodness.
Prosecutors say the alleged racketeering conspiracy was used to further the gang's interest using the lyrics and music of videos as evidence. So not only do they commit the crimes, I guess they lock it down in their videos and songs.
No, the judge was reading the lyrics. He said, fuck the police. He read a whole shit. You got to look that up, Tav. You got the audio. The judge reads out Young Thug's lyrics. Man, and he's reading them shits. It sounds funny, but the shit that he's saying, they're using that shit because they're talking about certain details. Now, again, if those details that they're saying about such and such got shot in this place and whatever, and they're getting a little detailed about it, and then that shit happens to be a murder that really happened, and they're connected to it, and they're admitting, yeah, my man such and such did this, and so that's what they're getting at. If you hear the judge read it, you're gonna laugh, but it's not funny in the sense of like they're gonna use.
No, none of this shit is really.
That's why.
You know what I'm saying? This shit is serious.
That's why Bobby Murder was
crazy.
These people put these damn lyrics in
Put shit out there.
Their crimes and their songs.
Call the police on them.
This dude might be I mean, I like the Young Thug music too. I thought he was pretty talented.
Yeah. He was.
Don't worry, Tyrone.
He had the hit of.
Don't worry, Tyrone. Hey, Young Thug is right where the music industry want him to be now. He done had a tape, and he locked up. He gonna get the Tupac treatment. Somebody gonna sign him to a good deal, and try to work on getting his time limited. You already, I can see, at least I'm guessing, that's the direction I'm guessing. You know,
he don't want the full Tupac treatment now.
No. Okay, I hear you.
I don't think that shit is looking good for that man.
I'm telling you, man, when you can make, $1 billion, you a commodity, man. Somebody gonna.
Yeah, man, this guy talented, man.
Why you think where's Cash Money? Is Cash Money helping him out? Maybe on a secret, right? You think they give him, helping him try to fight them?
I say, watch the artists. The artists could tell you how comfortable they are. They'll let you know. When you saw R. Kelly, you saw a nervous Negro because you already knew he had no help. All his help had disappeared, dried up.
Yeah, everybody left.
Yeah, if Young Thug ain't looking like that, then he got something cooking. Believe it or not, no matter how bad it look, when you got money and you got ability to bring in large bags of money, you still look good on the market. I don't care what your situation is. I mean, we done seen white artists get out of shit. I remember Randy Travis rode around town with his shirt off in a damn fast ass car, breaking all kinds of laws, leaving cops on high speed chase. Nobody remember that nigga doing that shit. This nigga was probably high on some shit and then just jumped in the car and went be in the damn cracker. They had to chase this man down. So, you know, when you work money, man, they want to get every stinking dime out of you, man. They want to get every stinking dime out of you.
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy.
I can see it. Now, not unless it's like Umar, nigga done just went totally off the rails and you can't recover from that shit, then yeah, they letting that nigga do what his money do. You know? It's a funny business because if they can capitalize, they fucking with you, no matter how much you go through.
It depends how much of an asset you are. You know, he's messing with the former Def Jam guy, so there's a lot of money invested in him.
Def Jam ain't no, you know, they done been around trouble a little bit before, but they managed to stay kind of clean. But they've been around trouble before. I mean, they done had some artists, boy.
Right.
They done been in the game a long time. I would imagine they swallowed up a company or two.
Yeah, they have a lot of money behind them. So
they got a lot of money. A lot of money behind them. Man, that's just a tricky game. All of that. Even when you hear of any kind of entertainer going to jail, man, look, sometimes it ain't what you think. So just, you know. All of that stuff plays factors. If they hide, I mean, remember how quick everybody buried Robert Downey Jr.?
Right.
Niggas threw dump trucks on that nigga. They buried him so hard. And somehow this nigga became Iron Man. Yeah.
Yep.
It's Iron Man, nigga. The fuck?
That's true.
So, in that crazy world of entertainment, man, anything can happen. Y'all be looking at Young Thug like this nigga finna go for 60 years because that's what it sound like. And this nigga do 13 and make a hot album and get out on parole and shit. I don't see that happening for R. Kelly, but
no. Somebody was like, "Oh, they're gonna get out." I said, "He's done, man. His shit is not reversed. It's like him and Weinstein."
It just don't look good. Yeah, I don't think R. Kelly looks good to get out. It just doesn't. I don't see it. I don't see the profit. He's almost at the end of his career, so it's a perfect time to cut the nigga off. You got all this shit, you know. And as long as the Isleys is out there, you know, remakes of Trapped in the Closet can go down.
Well, somebody talking about R. Kelly getting out?
No, I said we were just talking about it, saying that R. Kelly, he'll probably never get out because, I mean, he isn't worth anything anymore.
No, man. If R. Kelly get out, man, I'm telling you, he will be. He won't be as famous, but he because
he can make money if he get out, but I don't think he'll ever get out.
Yeah, because that guy is talented, man. I even know he's a fucking creep and he's a fucking pervert or whatever.
Right. No, you gotta separate the two, you know.
Hey, we got
Yeah,
Tyrone. We
yeah.
got family right here on TRS. Still love R. Kelly, and that's Rick.
Yeah, they
But
still
R.
stepping
Kelly,
in the
he's
name of
talented, man. I can't take that away from that nasty ass motherfucker. He
I
can
don't.
sing.
You know, hey, you can't deny that nigga can sing. That
Yeah, it's
nigga can
just
sing.
unfortunate. He had a sickness. He's a sick man, you know, and has a sick fetish and shit, you know, whatever he was doing and done, you know. But
Man, that nigga let that
What I'm
nigga
saying though,
under
what I'm
life
saying
take
though is that,
away with Mike.
upper life, you know.
what I'm saying though is if he was to actually put out some type of work, somebody would still do bad, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's for people to buy.
You got motherfuckers buying Donald Trump trading cards.
That's
and they
right.
Still
He's
buying
a
that,
rapist.
they still buying that shit Kanye putting out. I don't know what the hell. Kanye put out a video the other day, and I don't know what the fuck that was. You know, it just didn't hit me right. So I don't know.
Hey,
maybe this
Kanye will always have a following.
Yeah, Kanye be freaking out though. I think he does it on purpose. He's like, "Why are you following me?" I'm like, "Bro, you know you want the damn. If you like the paparazzi, like they say, celebrities sometimes call the paparazzi on themselves, so they can get exposed. That's some crazy shit. Yeah,
that's right. That's right though. You right.
To build that fucking publicity."
You remember Donald Trump used to act like he was somebody else.
Yeah, he was making phone calls.